You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Multiple sources reporting Lisa Marie Presley is dead at the age of 54. Presley died after she was hospitalized in Southern California Thursday with possible cardiac arrest. Lisa Marie, the daughter of Elvis and Priscilla Presley. Attorney General Merrick Garland appointing a special counsel to oversee the investigation into President Biden's classified documents that were recently discovered.
AG Garland appointed Robert Hur as special counsel.
I signed an order appointing Robert Hur as special counsel. The document authorizes him to investigate whether any person or entity violated the law in connection with this matter.
Hur served as U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland during the Trump administration. I'm Dave Collins.
At least 6 people are dead in Alabama after a series of tornadoes slammed the state Thursday. The fatalities were reported in Autauga County, and officials in the city of Selma say there is, quote, significant damage there. Governor Kay Ivey has declared a state of emergency for at least 6 counties, while Georgia is under a statewide emergency. Thousands of customers in both states were without power as of Thursday evening. New York Republican Congressman George Santos asked directly today if he will resign over his campaign background fudging scandal.
I will not resign. I will be continuing to hold my office elected by the people.
The Republican was caught by reporters on Capitol Hill while entering his office Thursday. Earlier in the day, fellow GOP lawmaker from South Carolina, Nancy Mace, blasted Santos as a problem.
He deserves due process, but he needs to get out.
How's the economy? Depends on who you ask. A survey of American CEOs finds many of them fear the worst and expect a recession of some kind in the coming year. However, on Thursday, the head of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, James Bullard, said we could still expect to see prices come down further as a result of further interest rate hikes. This is USA News.
The bigger your 401k, the better your retirement, right? Wrong. The fact is, with proposed new taxes, another market crash, inflation, and rising healthcare costs, you could be forced to downsize your retirement. Discover the secret savvy investors are turning to for retirement security. A new 401k law that unlocks an ingenious retirement protection plan that could protect your savings from inflation and a stock market downturn while boosting your retirement income as much as 40%. It's all laid out in simple language in a new book from Josh Melberg. His insightful guide is your roadmap to retiring with confidence, and it's yours free with one call. Don't risk a lifetime of work building your retirement. This little-known retirement protection plan could safeguard your wealth and boost your retirement up to 40%. For your free copy of Guarantee Your Retirement by Josh Melberg, call now. Call 800-804-3595. That's 800-804-3595. 800-804-3595.
Bryan Kohberger, the man suspected of killing 4 college students in Idaho late last year, making a court appearance today. NBC reporter Stephanie Gosk talks more about the case.
Bryan Kohberger appeared in court today for the second time here in Idaho. He was asked by the judge if he wanted a preliminary hearing, and he has opted for that, but he and his attorneys don't want a speedy one. They want it to happen 6 months from now.
Kohberger was arrested in Pennsylvania at the end of last month. His preliminary hearing set for June 26th. It's back to work for several thousand union New York nurses who hit the picket line this week for increased pay and other concessions. Nurses Union President Nancy Hagans says nurses had to strike because hospitals were not enforcing a New York law requiring safe staffing ratios.
We had to bring the attention to everyone so everybody could know the struggle, what we go through in the hospital, and we did it in order to save our patients.
More than 7,000 nurses at Montefiore and Mount Sinai were out of work during the 3-day strike. The star and co-creator of the hit animated comedy series Rick and Morty being charged with felony domestic violence. The charge against Justin Roiland involves an incident in Orange County, California in May 2020. After a hearing this morning, Roiland's attorney confirmed there is a plea offer available to Roiland, but did not discuss details. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether it rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Tip of the hat, ring of the cowbell. Hi there. How we doing? Glad to hear it. Okay. So I close out a Thursday. Looky. Friday the 13th. Somebody said, uh-oh. Are you superstitious? That's a whole other story. We'll get you. What is it with Friday the 13th? All kinds of old superstitions. Trust you've had a good week here as we turn the page on the calendar. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Full 5 hours of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive comes your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio. What a difference a day can make. 50 degrees 24 hours ago. Starting to feel more like January, but I'm not going to complain. 36 outside the bunker with clouds again. Old man winter, clouds. Hey, we're going to be looking for a pretty decent chill all the way into the deep south coming up here this weekend. All the way down into central Florida. Speaking of which, you've crossed my mind several times in recent weeks. Haven't heard from you in such a long time. We'll get a full report. The update from the world-famous Cool Breeze checking in from Tampa, Florida. First, a quick look at some of the travelers' weather around the country. Well, we knew with the cold front, the big cross-country storm, of course, it emanated California. The atmospheric river, the flooding, the damaging winds. And this particular system we knew could spawn some severe weather in the deep south. Things got a little more tumultuous, I think, than forecasters anticipated. Storms across the south Thursday, churning up a number of tornadoes, most of which were concentrated in Alabama, where 25 of the 34 preliminary tornado reports from the National Weather Service were recorded. By Thursday afternoon, the storms had turned deadly. Sheriff David Hill of Autauga County, Alabama, tells AccuWeather at least 6 fatalities confirmed in the county, the old Kingston area. Officials warned the number could be higher as crews continue search and rescue operations there. A 20-mile tornado track found to have stretched across the county, starting in the old Kingston area, moving into the Marbury area. According to Autauga County Emergency Management Director, both of those communities combined, looks like we've got about 40 homes, maybe a few more that have been either destroyed or have major damage. Matter of fact, the first tornado emergency for the new year, and the most recent since back in early November of last year, was declared for that county this past afternoon. As the storms rolled in, the National Weather Service warning of a life-threatening situation. Numerous roadways in Joffre and Old Kingston suffered heavy damage and severe damage reported along County Road 68 in Prospect, Alabama. Selma, Alabama, about 40 miles west of Montgomery, was in the path of a large, extremely dangerous tornado about 12:30, just after the noon hour local time Thursday. Emergency response teams providing assistance, clearing roadways as of Thursday afternoon. Residents across Selma were told, seek shelter, avoid traveling on area roadways, as downed power lines were reported throughout the region. Several tornadoes scattered across central Alabama as the storm swept through the region. Significant structural damage first reported south of Greensboro, Alabama, a little before 11 o'clock Thursday morning, early in the day. Northwest of Montgomery, Alabama, a supercell thunderstorm that caused the tornado damage in Selma, Alabama. Earlier Thursday afternoon, forecasters say that particular storm actually formed near Eunice, Louisiana, early Thursday morning. That cell tracked over 500 miles. A second trail of storms started around the noon hour local time when a tornado was reported west of Oroville, Alabama. Another report indicated the Selma Country Club had sustained heavy damage, which was followed shortly by a report of major structural damage along US 82 near Vida Junction. But Selma, indeed, has received significant damage from the tornado. Multiple tornadoes earlier Thursday, including an EF1 in Mercer County, Kentucky, and at least EF1 damage in Boyle County, Kentucky, already confirmed by the National Weather Service survey crews there. An additional EF1 tornado was confirmed in Kentucky Thursday by the National Weather Service, bringing the total number of confirmed tornadoes in the bluegrass to at least 3 this past day. No injuries or fatalities reported in Mercer County, where several homes suffered extensive damage, as well as several barns. The tornado could have been really bad, but thankfully no one was hurt, according to the emergency director of Mercer County. Later in the day, multiple damage reports spanned across Georgia as that severe weather continued off to the east. Severe structural damage seen at a Hobby Lobby in Griffin, Georgia, along with additional damage at a Walmart and an AutoZone in the area there. Griffin, Georgia. Both of those states, Alabama and Georgia, have declared emergencies for a number of counties. And again, the death toll in Alabama, at least 6 confirmed fatalities. Well, the system has now swept through pretty much all of Alabama, Georgia. It's southeast Georgia that's still feeling the impacts. Some pretty decent thunderstorms, not seeing severe levels being reached at this hour. But that's the front that's going to ultimately usher in some much colder air into the Sunshine State for your Friday, and freezing temperatures over the weekend. Give you more on that coming up here. Looks like your line of showers and thunderstorms still several hours away from the Tampa area. The world-famous Cool Breeze, where in the wide, wide world of sports have you been?
I'm still alive, Steve. I'm still kicking. Kicking just not quite as high as I used to. I've been hiding out. I had a deep, dark year here. I don't really want to talk. I want to bring anybody down. I don't really want to talk about it a whole lot, but I lost about 5 members of my family this last year.
Wow. Okay. So it was a rough year.
Well, yeah, quite a rough one.
Well, Happy New Year. Hopefully a
and
better.
A Happy New Year to you too, sir, young man.
I don't think we've spoke since all the way back when we had the hurricane season. You had to hunker down there. You kind of got lucky. Tampa got spared, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They were saying it's coming here. It's coming here. It's coming here. And then it turned and missed us again, went over to Orlando, But I don't know, man. There's these Indian mounds down here around this area.
Mm-hmm.
They're old burial mounds, and there's an old folklore that they have something to do with the hurricanes not coming here.
We talked about that as the storm was approaching. I remember that. Yes, sir.
And it's working for me. I'll tell you what, it works for me. They've been pretty close. They've come by pretty close. I've watched the wind blow down my street at probably 90 or 100 miles an hour for hours on end, like 8 or 10 hours at a time. And I did have 3 large oak trees, and I was just watching them, waiting for a big branch to come down or blow the whole tree over.
Mm-hmm.
But I've just been so lucky. I've never really had any damage. Taking advantage of that sunshine.
No doubt about it. So what else going on? You're staying busy? Are you working, driving truck? Or are you fully retired now? Or
I'm fully retired, Steve. I jumped out of a truck about 7-8 years ago now. I jumped out of a truck, and I couldn't stay out of driving, and I went and drove an Uber car for a couple of years, and then I turned around and drove for Lyft for about a year. And it's been 7 years ago. I was on my way to play Santa Claus. You know, that's a sideline that I do.
Yeah.
And I was in a really serious accident on my motorcycle. A lady pulled in front of me, and I plowed into her, and broke my leg, and had some serious asphalt burn pretty much all over. And they scraped me up off the pavement and took me to the hospital and put me back together again, and ended up at the VA hospital. VA hospital here in Tampa is a great place. I spent about 3 months up there recuperating from all the asphalt burn, and they got me back up on my feet, moving around and everything. But that's been 6-7 years ago. And then right at 3 years ago, on January 31st, I was driving for Lyft. And I'd already been doing the passenger routine thing. And I'm driving 500-600 miles just right around Tampa, St. Pete, and outlying areas. Sometimes I get a trip to Orlando, Ocala. You know, you go all over. Somebody gets in the car, you take them where they go. And I was making pretty good at it. I was doing pretty good.
How about that?
And of course, gas was a little lower price then. That hits a hole in your pocket. But I was in a really, really serious accident in my Uber car. I had a little Toyota hybrid Toyota. I forgot what it was, Steve. A little car, and you know how tall I am, and I don't get along with little cars. I knew it when I bought it, but it did good. It did really good. I drove the wheels off it until I was in a really bad accident. A guy made a left turn right into me. I mean, he it was a 6-lane wide highway, and I'm going straight coming the other way with a green light, and he turned right. We almost hit just about straight on, and I've never, in all the years I've been driving, and I got 5 million miles in a truck, and I don't know how many miles in a car. I mean, I've driven a lot more. It feels like I'm driving more now than when I was driving a truck, but. Yeah. 45 years, a long time to drive a truck. Been in every state, all that fun stuff. But I hit really hard, and the airbags went off, and something about the window curtain, the window airbag came down. The big one in the steering wheel popped, and it like twisted my neck around so hard that and I remember everything that happened in the Toyota accident, because I was wide awake during I can remember every little split second of what happened. The windshield shattered out completely, little bitty half-inch pieces. The airbag hit me in the face and twisted my neck around, and it actually cracked a bone and my C2 bone in my neck. And I'm still having it 3 years later, January 31st. It still bothers me. I'm still on medication from it. I spent about a year and a half sitting right here at home in front of the TV set. I mean, I number one, I haven't transportation. The car had been totaled, but I've kind of turned it around, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, hell, you've been through a bunch, Cool Breeze. Well,
yeah.
On a brighter note, how about your Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Are you ready for the super wild card weekend?
Yeah, really. They've got on the what do they call it, the roster for the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
They'll be right here at the stadium, right down the street from me. But I don't know. It's craziness. It's craziness over there. You should come and go to it. Really, a lot of beer drinking goes on there.
no doubt.
During one of them games, whole bunch of it. I've worked for one of the concessions there for my grandson's ROTC. We ran a concession, and then all the money goes to ROTC. But we served beer and we served steak sandwiches and. Everybody comes up, two beers. Most expensive beer I've ever seen in my life. A little 8-ounce cup, and they're charging. Geez, I forgot what they were charging. The year I did it, they were charging like $8 for an 8-ounce cup. Oh my God! A little steep on the beer prices, but that's what they do. They got an audience there that's going to buy it, and they do. Everybody comes up, two beers, and people get drunk. I mean, nasty drunk.
That's the name of the game. Football, NFL, tailgating. I mean, sometimes they start the tailgate 4 hours, 5 hours before the game and don't even.
Yeah.
I don't see how they even make it into the game in some cases, but.
Yep. I've seen the parking lot. I've been out there in that park lot. I've tailgated before too, and we have monster trucks every January, February, somewhere in there, and I've been down there. And I invited a bunch of people from where I worked at, and I had 30 people from my work, and I bought 2 rows of seats. It was a blast, man. We had a big party in the parking lot. I was making hamburgers and hot dogs and just passing them out to everybody that came along, and everybody from my work came by, and we all sat in the same area in the stadium and watched the monster trucks. Man, that was great. Those are the good old days, man.
Good times.
Good old days.
Good times.
Yeah, man. But. Yeah, my family started dying off like July this year. My mom died. Or first, my older brother died, my oldest brother. Then my mom, and then next in line was my son. My son died, and then my sister died, and then her daughter died. Her daughter committed suicide and died. Oh my God! I mean, it's like 5 people just shot a hole in my life, and most of my family's gone now. I got one sister. And one brother's still alive, but my dad's been gone for years. So I don't know. It's kind of like, wow, you know. But I've been down here in Tampa for a long time. I've been here like 40 years, and I was originally from Tucson, Arizona. That's where I was born and raised and everything out there. But yeah, it's like, wow, man. And I'm still getting in touch with some of my cousins and nephews and stuff. They're kind of. I'm pulling their chain, trying to tell them, "Hey, give me a call if you got a chance."
Right.
They don't know who Cool Breeze is. Who's Cool Breeze? Who is that? We don't know who that is. So you ready for Mets?
Yeah, hard to believe it's already January. It'll be here before you know it. Yeah, we're gearing up for a big show this year.
You're going to be there then?
Absolutely.
Have the Hot Shot Secret booth?
Yeah.
All right.
They're going to have the biggest booth they've ever. I mean, they started off in a 10x10, which that's what I had last year. That's pretty small. Last year they had bumped up to a 20x40 and going to be in a 20x60 booth this year. So big booth there at the Mid-America Truck Show. Yeah.
You could almost fit a whole semi in that one.
I think we might have something like that in the booth. Won't be the trailer, but I think they've got plans for. Yeah, they haven't confirmed whose truck's going to be there yet, but absolutely. Well, Cool Breeze. Wow, it's been a while. I guess farewell to 2022. Sounds like it was a rough year, right? Hopefully, a better year. Thank you so much for checking in, and be safe there, Tampa, Florida. Speaking of which, for the football games this weekend, folks will be having to bundle up a little bit as far as Florida standards are concerned. The cooler air sweeping across the southern USA, enough Temperatures aren't likely to dip close to what we saw back around Christmas time, the record cold there. But we could, even in Florida, be talking about some frost damage in parts of the Sunshine State. Temperatures during that brutal Arctic outbreak late December. I mean, we actually saw single digits and teens in the southeast USA, 20s and 30s all the way down into Florida. We actually had some folks with pipes bursting and things across the deep south. Temperatures have rebounded significantly since then, but a pretty significant changes on the way. Some vacationers and some of those snowbirds from the northern states may think this cold air has kind of followed them deep into the south. That front's going to be moving from north to south across the state overnight tonight and on through the day Friday. Not going to be a big rainmaker, but it will be accompanied by a couple of hours of showers and maybe a few rumbles of thunder. Looks like the bulk of the cold air will be felt during the first half of the weekend. Temperatures, good 15 to 20 degrees below average for Friday night and Saturday night. Typical highs this time of year would be mid-60s in Jacksonville, into the mid-70s down toward Miami. Temperature's going to plummet Friday night. Chilly levels on Saturday before dipping a little bit more Saturday night. Just how cool will things get? We'll let you know coming up. But low temperatures around Tampa. Going to bottom out about 10 degrees higher compared to what you saw with that outbreak back in December. All right, news break time, and we'll get to the calls ahead at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Attorney General Merrick Garland appointing a special counsel to oversee the investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents. Robert Hur taking on the role after serving as U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland during the Trump administration.
As U.S. Attorney, he supervised some of the department's more important national security, public corruption, and other high-profile matters.
The announcement comes after Biden's team discovered an additional batch of records at Biden's Delaware home. Republican leadership in the U.S. House does not intend to force an embattled party member to resign over his fudged record on the campaign trail. However, that does not mean all Republicans are holding fire against New York Republican George Santos.
It is a problem for us in Congress because the American people, they don't trust anybody. They think all politicians lie, and there are good guys among us who are trying to do the right thing.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. That's 800-790-4815.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, happy Friday. TGIF, right? Larry's on board. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Here we are, racing in the Northeast. 42 degrees in Kingston, New York tonight. Rock Pick checking in from Rochester, New York. Happy anniversary week, he says. Thank you very much. Hello to Lynn. Lucky 13. All right, Lucky? I don't know about that. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Three-time champion, meat hauler, and a Hall of Famer. We're going to return to work Saturday. Happy second anniversary, buddy. I love this semi-retired life. Killing ducks, shooting bucks, and drinking beer. All right. I mean, that was a pretty lengthy Christmas, New Year vacation, wasn't it, Monkey Gouger? You're loving that Johnny Carson contract, right? Hello to Shorty. Happy Friday the 13th, right? Michigan Madman is on board. He says, I'm so happy that Ashton Torgson is doing remarkably well. No broken bones, just some blood on the brain, so they're keeping a close eye on him. It is just a miracle. And I'm not real up to speed on that Ashton situation. I'm assuming that one of the racers may be there. A nasty accident at the Chili Bowl. Give me a full report. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew, and the best host, Steve, and the best show. Thank you so much. Roy, 31 degrees, feeling like 21 at this hour in Northwest Illinois tonight. A little breezy out there. Howdy from Vandalia, Ohio. Eskimo Mom on board. My load came out nearly 2 hours late tonight. I don't know if it was staffing or technical issues that put them behind, but it's going to be a long night. Got some drizzle at 38 degrees on I-75. Roads kind of damp in spots. Careful out there tonight. We're still above freezing, at least at this point in time, so... There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 39 degrees in Paducah, Kentucky. 82 heifers headed to the heartland at a high rate of speed. A special bluegrass shout-out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from the I-24 Hammer Lane. All right. Buckeye Boy checking in from I-75 northbound near Lake City, Florida. 65 degrees. Looks like I'm about to get into some of those nasty storms. Sad about Lisa Marie Presley, 54 years old, possible cardiac issue. I'm headed back because my pickup canceled for tomorrow, and I'm not waiting till Tuesday to get it. So have a great night to all and a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Hello to Todd from Pendleton, Kentucky tonight. There's Mike checking in, enjoying the show from my locked garage right next to the top secret boxes. What do you say about that? Oh, no. Another day, I step into the bunker, start doing my show prep, and that's numerous people have emailed and all the headlines, yet additional top secret or confidential papers being found in Joe Biden's garage, apparently, next to his green Corvette. This is getting really, really odd, and I started thinking something just isn't adding up, timing-wise. For the fact that they had found the initial documents at the Penn Center there, the Penn Biden Center, back in early November. And then the following day, they revealed that more documents were found at another location. And I believe this is now a third location. Are you with me as far as Joe Biden was anticipated to be making some sort of an official announcement in short order about running in 2024. And I see that Rudy Giuliani apparently has the same suspicion. He said, you know what, these Biden documents being exposed right now, it's almost like they're trying to make sure he doesn't run for president in 24, and this may be their way of trying to get him out even before 2024. Here's what we know from this past day. The White House wouldn't weigh in on how many people could have had access to the classified Obama-era documents that were found in Joe Biden's garage there in Delaware in the Penn Biden Center. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre declined to answer a number of questions during the press briefing this past day, including whether the White House had an estimate on the number of people who actually could have accessed the classified documents. Now, she cited the ongoing review of the matter and deferred to the Department of Justice. She also declined to answer whether there was a third stop between a secure location and the garage where those documents ended up. Now, we do know it was confirmed Hunter Biden is among the people who appears to have had access to the president's home there where those documents were found. Exactly how many other people also had access is not clear. But now we hear, as Attorney General Merrick Garland, you heard on the news break, has actually appointed a special counsel, a guy by the name of Robert Hur, a former U.S. attorney, to handle the investigation into the handling of Biden's classified documents. Earlier today, I signed an order appointing Robert Hur a special counsel for the matter that I have just described, he says. This document authorizes him to investigate whether any person or entity violated the law in connection with this matter. The special counsel will not be subject to the day-to-day supervision of any official of the department, but he must comply with the regulations, the procedures, and policies of the department. President Biden, meanwhile, was rather defensive about the document's location when he was pressed by Fox News' Peter Doocy this past day. Classified documents next to your Corvette? What were you thinking? Doocy asked. Biden responds, I'm gonna get a chance to speak on all of this. God willing, it'll be soon. But I said earlier this week, and by the way, my Corvette is in a locked garage. It's not like it's sitting out on the street. Ducey responds by saying, so the documents were in a locked garage. Yes, as well as my Corvette. But as I said earlier this week, people know I take classified documents and classified material seriously, Biden said. I also said we're cooperating fully and completely with the Justice Department's review. Just how odd is this? Classified documents in the garage next to the car. Rudy Giuliani speculating, as I mentioned, the timing of this revelation might be tied to a Democrat scheme to keep him from announcing a re-election bid for 2024. Perhaps with former President Barack Obama calling the shots. He says, quote, I think the Democrats are putting this out. I think, and if I had to guess, Obama's probably calling the shots. Yeah, they don't want him on the ticket. I mean, first of all, this guy is in danger of falling apart at any minute, meaning the mouth could open and nothing will come out. The FBI is proving once again to be carrying the political water for the Democrats. The justification is the FBI is a law enforcement organization that's operated for the benefit of the Democrat Party and Joe Biden, says Giuliani. It's state police. It's in the worst sense, no longer the FBI of old, not all the agents, but the ones at the top that have to do the bidding of a man who's become something closer to a mad dictator than a president. You know, the connections of the Bidens to China, which reportedly, as we know now, helped fund the Penn Biden Center to the tune of $54 million, is unlike any corruption the long-term prosecutor has ever seen. Yeah, this would be like John Kennedy or Ronald Reagan, a couple of Cold War presidents, taking documents over to an institute that was funded by the Soviet Union. And then to really show us how little he cares about our classification system, he's got it sitting in his garage on the bench, and he still tells us the garage is secure? I mean, this is a normal house garage. You could knock that thing down with a sledgehammer. So, where does this go? This is a vice president, he says, who sold out the United States, sold it out to Ukraine, to China, to Russia, to the highest bidder. I mean, basically, the commodity that made the Bidens multi-millionaires is selling Joe's public office. We have another word for that. We call it bribery. The sentiments, the statements, the quotes from Rudy Giuliani. All right, a couple of others checking in here, right, from your secure garage with your top secret documents. Gilligan on board. Hello, Steve and fellow listeners. 48, rainy here in Max Meadows, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Copy in the mail, 5-7. Let's see, Linwood, howdy to Steve and everyone from Pontoon Beach, Illinois, where it's anything but beach weather at 32 degrees. All right. Good morning, Steve. In the overnight drive, there's Bourbon Street Gary headed for Blue Springs, Missouri. Got a drop-in hook and back to Mount Vernon. Everybody be safe. Have a great weekend. Bourbon Street Gary will be listening in. Hillbilly Tex. Okay, well, we survived the bad storm yesterday. A little bit of damage, but still tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell, exit 81 off the big I-75. All right, glad you made it through all the storms there yesterday. So odd in the month of January, as we closed out the program, a few rumbles of thunder between like 5 and 6 a.m. this past morning. 37 degrees in Harrison, Ohio, Friday the 13th. Hey, I've got a Chevy Corvette for sale. It has a bunch of papers in the back. I don't know what they are. It has SCI stamped on them. Anyway, hammer down, stay safe. All the nocturnal listeners to the Overnight Drive Radio with Steve Summers, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. There you go. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, on a Friday the 13th. It's not all that unusual. We'll have another Friday the 13th coming up in October. Yeah, the last Friday the 13th was back in May of last year. There's two more, September and December of next year. Depending on who you ask, this day kind of conjures some feelings for some who are superstitious. Why is Friday the 13th considered unlucky? It's not really clear when negative superstitions began to swirl around Friday the 13th, but while the number 12 has generally been associated with completeness, 12 months of the year, the 12 days of Christmas, the 12 zodiac signs, the number 13 specifically has long been associated with bad luck. The ancient code of Hammurabi, one of the earliest and most complete written legal codes, reportedly omitted a 13th law from its list of legal rules, according to History.com. It's likely a clerical error, but superstitious people point to this as proof of the number's negative associations. In Western lore, experts believe the fear over 13 started in the Bible. 13 guests attended the Last Supper, including Jesus and his 12 apostles, one of whom, Judas, of course, betrayed him. The next day was Good Friday, the day of Jesus' crucifixion. The Last Supper seating arrangement is believed to have created a Christian superstition that having 13 guests at a table was a bad omen, according to the site. You ever heard any of that? Let's see. Some who fear Friday the 13th suffer from an actual phobia, which is a big old long, I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. Described as having a morbid, intense, excessive, irrational fear of the day. According to allaboutcounseling.com, a site providing information on counseling and social issues, the Stress Management Center and Phobia Institute estimates there are somewhere between 17 and 21 million Americans that suffer from this phobia. I mean, truly frightened to death of Friday the 13th. People who suffer this phobia, defined as this irrational fear of the number 13, airlines like Air France don't often have a 13th row. Many buildings here in the United States do not have a 13th floor. Experts say it's an economic decision, as customers would not spend money on something they thought was cursed. Okay, black cats, broken mirrors, ladders, I don't know, what's your phobia today? Hello to the Michigan Madman. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Hey, hold on. There we go. Can you hear me now?
That's good. Yes, sir. Much better.
All right. Yeah, hey, anyway, yeah. Wednesday night on the 11th down at the Chili Bowl Nationals. I sent you a message yesterday on your show, but yeah, that Ashton Ferguson. My God, he took a terrible flip down the back stretch, and he was completely ejected out of his car.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. And so it really, I mean, they were in a red flag situation for probably better parts of 40 minutes. And they had to bring the curtain out, put around him, and everything like that, and I thought, oh, that's just not good.
Yeah.
And so anyway, not speculating on what happened or anything like that, but
I mean,
today I had a phone call, and my goodness, it's just unbelievable. All of the CT scans came back good. No broken bones. He's really beat up, though, and he's got blood on the brain, but they're going to keep a close eye on him, and they expect him to make a full recovery.
Wow. I mean, that's almost impossible with all the harnesses and the way they're strapped into those things with the roll cage around them. How do you get ejected?
Yep, I know it. You used to hear about that a lot way back. I mean, like when my dad was involved in racing and stuff way back then. But I mean, I don't know. And then there's a lot of people speculating and this, that, and I'm not going to do none of that. But I don't know. There was a failure somewhere in the safety equipment. You know what I mean? But it's just couldn't believe it.
Wow.
So, but if you sometime think about it, you can get on YouTube and click up a link on it. And, it's scary.
Yeah, I'm doing a search as we speak. I'm seeing some of the headlines. I got the New York Post. I don't know if they've got the actual video here, but
no, they won't have no video. I'm sure.
Just the fact that it was such a frightening, dramatic event that they wouldn't replay it.
Oh yeah, Steve. I mean, they had the chaplains and everything, and all the drivers got out and went down and turned two, and they had a meeting, and they all did a big prayer, and then they decided, yes, we will go back and finish this race out. Rico, once they did get it restarted, I mean, Rico Abreu, he won it, and that's his sixth win in a row for the last 6 years on a Wednesday night. But it was pretty somber, and a lot of the drivers left the expo center and went to Ashton's room and to check on him and visit him. They just can't believe it. It's a miracle. It really is a miracle. And, I'm not no really super religious man, Steve, but I've been involved in racing stuff for over the years. And I had a teammate get killed back in 1977, December 17th, in Sammy Sessions. And we were racing snowmobiles up in Alexandria, Minnesota. And just the prayer about it. From what we've seen, like with Damar Hamlin, you know what I mean, Steve?
Right.
And it's just, oh my goodness. And then to have this happen to this young man, he was only 16 years old, his very first Chili Bowl in a midget. He's done there really well over the years in a micro sprint and during the Tulsa shootout. But, yeah, this was his first ever Chili Bowl in a midget, and Rowdy Energy, which is Kyle Busch's company, was even sponsored him. So this is how good the kid was, and he will be good again.
Yeah, sometimes you have to kind of wonder after being in a traumatic crash. We've seen it in all the different series of racing, including the likes of NASCAR. Sometimes a driver just can never get back in the car and race like they used to. But, well, thank you for the update. I'm going to get a news break, and we'll follow up after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Multiple sources reporting Lisa Marie Presley is dead at the age of 54. Presley died after she was hospitalized in Southern California Thursday with possible cardiac arrest. Lisa Marie, the daughter of Elvis and Priscilla Presley. Attorney General Merrick Garland appointing a special counsel to oversee the investigation into President Biden's classified documents that were recently discovered.
AG Garland appointed Robert Hur as special counsel.
I signed an order appointing Robert Hur as special counsel. The document authorizes him to investigate whether any person or entity violated the law in connection with this matter.
Hur served as U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland during the Trump administration. I'm Dave Collins.
At least 6 people are dead in Alabama after a series of tornadoes slammed the state Thursday. The fatalities were reported in Autauga County, and officials in the city of Selma say there is, quote, significant damage there. Governor Kay Ivey has declared a state of emergency for at least 6 counties, while Georgia is under a statewide emergency. Thousands of customers in both states were without power as of Thursday evening. New York Republican Congressman George Santos asked directly today if he will resign over his campaign background fudging scandal.
I will not resign. I will be continuing to hold my office elected by the people.
The Republican was caught by reporters on Capitol Hill while entering his office Thursday. Earlier in the day, fellow GOP lawmaker from South Carolina, Nancy Mace, blasted Santos as a problem.
He deserves due process, but he needs to get out.
How's the economy? Depends on who you ask. A survey of American CEOs finds many of them fear the worst and expect a recession of some kind in the coming year. However, on Thursday, the head of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, James Bullard, said we could still expect to see prices come down further as a result of further interest rate hikes. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Bryan Kohberger, the man suspected of killing 4 college students in Idaho late last year, making a court appearance today. NBC reporter Stephanie Gosk talks more about the case.
Bryan Kohberger appeared in court today for the second time here in Idaho. He was asked by the judge if he wanted a preliminary hearing, and he has opted for that, but he and his attorneys don't want a speedy one. They want it to happen 6 months from now.
Kohberger was arrested in Pennsylvania at the end of last month. His preliminary hearing set for June 26th. It's back to work for several thousand union New York nurses who hit the picket line this week for increased pay and other concessions. Nurses Union President Nancy Hagans says nurses had to strike because hospitals were not enforcing a New York law requiring safe staffing ratios.
We had to bring the attention to everyone so everybody could know the struggle, what we go through in the hospital, and we did it in order to save our patients.
More than 7,000 nurses at Montefiore and Mount Sinai were out of work during the 3-day strike. The star and co-creator of the hit animated comedy series Rick and Morty being charged with felony domestic violence. The charge against Justin Roiland involves an incident in Orange County, California in May 2020. After a hearing this morning, Roiland's attorney confirmed there is a plea offer available to Roiland, but did not discuss details. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me up higher love.
It's going to be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Round number 2 here on a Friday the 13th. I guess we're working our way into it. Time zone to time zone across the country. As we cross over the midnight hour in the central time zone. Out west, good evening to Santa Claus. Checking in from Sin City. Lost wages, 52 degrees here in Sin City. I'll be jumping on the Silver Bird in the morning. headed for Toronto, Canada. All right, safe travels, Santa Claus. Thanks for listening in. Hope you hit it big in Vegas before you get out of there, right? All right, got the story from the New York Post. Is the Michigan Madman brought up. Yeah, the Lucas Oil Chili Bowl Nationals going on all week. The indoor midget car race that takes place each year in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Wednesday night, fans were left shell-shocked due to a scary crash. Ashton Torgson involved in the wreck, and fans watched his car flip several times. The 16-year-old Oregon native was ejected from the car as medical personnel rushed to him, and he was taken to the hospital. Peterson Media, who does public relation for Torgson Racing, offered an update this past day, which stated Ashton is awake and alert at the hospital. He has feeling in hands and feet, and he's passed his tests so far. And now going into scans. We'll continue to keep you posted. Torgson Racing then offered a separate update which says he had passed his neck, back, CT scans, test rather, and they're waiting on CT scan. First thing he asked was what place was he in the race? He said, you have no idea how much the support means to the family. Peterson Media said Torgson was awake as he reached the hospital. The wreck itself occurred lap 11 of the race in the preliminary race. According to Flow Racing, drivers and officials actually met to determine what to do next and actually agreed to continue the race. Rico Abreu actually went on to win the race. Abreu says, these are tough moments for race car drivers. I didn't personally witness what happened, but you could feel the energy shift and the change in the building, the atmosphere, the anxiety, the fear. You know, to see a curtain come across the track, I don't need to go on about it. I mean, we're race car drivers, and we have to strap into these things. Once everything cools off, hats off to the Chili Bowl for their incredible safety response. It's actually something we've seen across sports the past week or so. You're kind of reflecting back to the emergency response there in Cincinnati when the Buffalo Bill collapsed on the field. You just kind of feel gutted. But he said, all I've been thinking about the past hour is just making sure the boy's okay. So again, at least at the moment, there was no mention of blood on the brain, but obviously being closely monitored there at the hospital in Oklahoma. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Let me get back, finish up the breakdown, the big chill coming to Florida. Miami's going to get down to close to 50 Friday night and actually into the 40s Saturday night, after spending all but a few hours so far in the new year above 60 degrees, both day and night. Many farmers north of I-4 are going to have to take action to protect crops, such as strawberry plants. A common way to protect sensitive crops is to spray water on the fields, which then freezes and offers some level of protection. It looks like the cold air will not be a major threat to agriculture in the southern third of the state, where many of the remaining citrus groves are located. Air temperatures near the ground should stay above freezing. In central portions of the state, mainly away from the immediate coasts, outside the major cities, temperatures may dip to frosty levels for several hours, both Friday and Saturday nights. The anticipated temperatures may leave some motionless iguanas in the southern and central parts of the state over the weekend. Some of those iguanas may even fall from the trees like they've done in prior cold outbreaks. Of course, once the temperatures rebound, they will gain mobility once again. It won't last long. The chill will gradually melt away from the Sunshine State starting Sunday afternoon and more so on Monday and Tuesday. Now, visitors in the Orlando and Tampa areas can expect highs to trend upward through the 60s on Sunday, and Monday afternoon highs back into the 70s by Tuesday of next week. Highs will be well into the 70s at Miami Beach by Monday and Tuesday. Looks like the weather looks to be dry and comfortable for football with light winds Monday night for the NFC wildcard playoff game. That's the Buccaneers and the Cowboys at Raymond James Stadium. So the warm-up, that's a Monday night game. Okay, so yeah, things shouldn't be too chilly then, rebounding by that point in time. Meanwhile, back to the phones on a Friday the 13th. Doug, what's happening? Good morning, Doug. Is it Doug or who we got?
Yeah, this is Doug. Steve, thanks for taking my call. Happy anniversary on your second year with this new format kind of thing.
Thank you so much.
I apologize for not calling in on your 2-year anniversary show. I just real quick, I remember when you went off the air. I don't recall how I found out you had been let go or whatever, but a friend of mine, because I was pretty down and out for a few months while you were off the air, and my friend Googled your name, and then your new show popped up. I think I was 3 or 4 weeks late on tuning in. You had already had your show for a few weeks, but I just want to say a heartfelt thank you for what you do. I've been listening for a very long time, and you make it great and bearable and have company out here. And Steve, I don't know if you know how much you mean to a lot of us, but you mean a lot, and I just thank you from the bottom of my heart. So I hope you have a great night and a great weekend, and thank you very much. Talk to you later.
Thank you so much, Doug. I really appreciate the call. And thank you for the anniversary wishes. There you go. Well, all right. Thank you so much. All right, 844-3388. Yeah, interesting report from Bloomberg. We have been talking about egg prices a lot as of late. Millions of chickens, they tell us, have gone unfed as rail disruptions delay corn shipments to a major California poultry according to documents that provide some unique details about how one shipper has suffered from poor rail service. Foster Farms, and this blew my mind, Foster Farms, which processes about 1 million chickens and 12,000 turkeys every day, has said that they've had to pause some operations because of delays from Union Pacific Corporation, the second largest freight railroad in North America. The supply issues also forced the company to shut down a plant that processes raw corn into animal feed to sell. According to the federal filings, that meant cutting off their dairy farm customers from cornmeal and giving priority to their chickens, which I guess chickens will cannibalize one another. They start killing each other when they go hungry. After a flurry of correspondence that offers some unfiltered insights into the shipping problems with rail service, the U.S. Surface Transportation Board ordered Union Pacific on December 30th to deliver more corn-laden trains to Foster Farms. This is the second time in the past year Foster Farms has asked the rail regulator to intervene directly because of Union Pacific's failure to deliver animal feed trains on time. It's also the latest in a long, simmering tussle between shippers and the railroads, which have seen profits rise even as carloads dwindle. These service failures, which started in February of last year, 22, have resulted in numerous instances where Foster Farms has suspended their production and distribution of feed for tens of thousands of dairy cattle and tens of millions of chickens and turkeys, according to the company. Suppliers like Foster Farms complain they have no viable alternative to using rail, and they're kind of captive to one carrier. Disturbances to these operations could potentially risk supplies for major food retailers, including Costco Wholesale, Walmart, which stock Foster Farms products. The Livingston, California-based processor, which is owned by Atlas Holdings, said they are the largest chicken grower in the western U.S., with about $3 billion in annual sales. They say they resorted to hauling supplies by truck, but could not find enough capacity and faced soaring costs. It takes 400 trucks to handle the same amount of grain as one 100-car train. Now, Foster Farms declined to comment any further beyond the public filing statements there. They do say Union Pacific's working closely with Foster Farms, providing daily updates and delivering the trains addressed in the order from the board. Now, we continue to experience significant weather delays, including washouts in California, blizzards in the Midwest, rock slides in Nevada, derailments, things impacting the rail service. But that's incredible. They're processing 1 million chickens per day. They've got 40, 50 million chickens at any given time being raised. Those must be massive facilities. All right, we'll get back to the calls ahead here. Plenty of room for you. It's a Friday morning. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, who else checks in here on a Friday morning? Hello to Nancy. Nancy says, I'm thinking someone should investigate the National Archives. And who's in charge there? Classified documents showing up everywhere. Timothy says, yeah, the house where the documents were found there is actually in Hunter Biden's name. Hunter is listed as the owner of the home. That is true. Rest of that story coming up. Brain dead. Hey there, Steve. Just checking in from a breezy Arkansas. As I think she got us in Wyoming kind of confused. Don't know if you got it or not, but Dingbat and myself sent you our nominees for Dumbass of the Week. I indeed got your email. I think I've got yours right here printed up. And, yeah, Dingbats is still in the email there. We'll get to our DA of the Week nominees coming up. Let's see. Hello to Leonard checking in. Oh my gosh, glad to see you in this new year. They must have changed things. I haven't got a notification on your show since last year, but Happy New Year from Niagara Falls, New York, USA. I wish they'd get you back on the radio. Let's see. Daniel checks in, made it to Wilsonville, Oregon, after being bent over and screwed by International Tacoma, RWC. $720 labor to put an alternator on that they charged $1,000 for a $400 alternator. Yeah, thankful for your so we can relax. Yeah, the cost of doing business, right? Hello to Too Tall. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Have a safe night out there. Sylvester checks in just a moment ago. What's up, brother? Sitting here in beautiful Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. It's a sultry 76 degrees with mostly sunny skies. Got a cardiologist appointment where my heart's actually in very good health. Yay! And I'm loving the show, my friend. Thank you so much, Sylvester. Folks, looking forward to seeing you, meeting you, or maybe seeing you again for the first time in a long time at the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. All right, as far as Hunter is concerned, yes, President Biden in 2016 admitted that his son, Hunter, had access to his Delaware garage where those stashed classified documents were unearthed by the president's attorney. Joe revealed on the Jay Leno's Garage Show that his sons, Hunter and Beau, had access to his garage to restore the infamous green Corvette. They actually have the video attached, a YouTube video dated October the 26th of 2016, to which I guess Joe explains, my two sons, Beau, who passed away, and my son, Hunter, decided as a Christmas gift to have the engine rebuilt for me. October of 2016 is just months before then Vice President Joe Biden left the White House and allegedly stole classified documents. This past day, Biden's attorney revealed that Joe had stashed classified documents in his garage, along with two other locations recently revealed, such as the Penn Biden Center, where classified documents containing sensitive information about Ukraine were stored. When asked this past day why he would stash classified documents in his garage in Delaware, he simply said the documents were locked in his locked garage with his Corvette. You know, it's a locked garage, okay? So it's not like they're sitting out on the street. So the narrative suddenly changed. It was CNN reported earlier this week the first trove of classified documents found alleged to contain information pertaining to Ukraine and Iran. It's at this point unknown what the classified documents pertain to that were found in his garage. According to a document unearthed by the New York Post, Miranda Devine this past day, Hunter owned Joe Biden's Delaware home in 2018. The document is titled Background Screening Request. It appears to show that Hunter checked a box to indicate he owned Joe Biden's home located in Wilmington, Delaware. That document was signed July of 2018. Things kind of strange going on here, right? All right, our number 844-844-3388. Things look kind of screwy on my screen. Not sure what actually is going on here. So I'll tell you what, we'll get to the news break. I might have to reset the phones because I'm not seeing where I can pick anybody up. All right, we'll take care of that. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388 when we get things reset here. Confirming what many Americans have said for years. A top government official within the administration of Biden is warning that many electric vehicles are unsafe. According to U.S. official, safety concerns over heavy electric vehicles. Yeah, you think about the fact that these electric vehicles weigh a whole lot more than their gasoline-engine counterparts. The safety risk, and I quote, posed by heavy electric vehicles in a collision with lighter vehicles has pushed the head of the National Transportation Safety Board to issue a general warning to all road users. Jennifer Homendy raised the issue in a speech in Washington to the Transportation Research Board. The Associated Press reports she pointed by way of example to an electric GMC Hummer that weighs about 9,000 pounds, with a battery pack alone that weighs 2,900 pounds. The battery pack alone weighs nearly the entire weight of a typical Honda Civic. I'm concerned about the increased risk of severe injury and death for all road users from heavier curb weights and increasing size, power, and performance of vehicles on our roads, including electric vehicles. We have to be careful that we're not also creating unintended consequences here, more deaths on our roads, especially when it comes to new transportation policies and these new technologies. We cannot overlook that. All right, news break time as we roll into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Attorney General Merrick Garland appointing a special counsel to oversee the investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents. Robert Hur taking on the role after serving as U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland during the Trump administration.
As U.S. Attorney, he supervised some of the department's more important national security, public corruption, and other high-profile matters.
The announcement comes after Biden's team discovered an additional batch of records at Biden's Delaware home. Republican leadership in the U.S. House does not intend to force an embattled party member to resign over his fudged record on the campaign trail. However, that does not mean all Republicans are holding fire against New York Republican George Santos.
It is a problem for us in Congress because the American people, they don't trust anybody. They think all politicians lie, and there are good guys among us who are trying to do the right thing.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. That's 800-790-4815.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. I think we've got things in working order. Things really look screwy, though. So we can pull up Steve in Florida. Morning, Steve. What's happening?
Well, what's happening, Steve, is we got some really bad storms rolling from Tallahassee to Savannah. I don't know if you see that line or not.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. I'm driving right into that as we speak. This afternoon, they had that same line was going through Macon, Georgia, just south of Atlanta, up into South Carolina. And that came from Alabama, which I understand there was some tornadoes down there.
Supposedly 25 reports of tornadoes in Alabama. I mean, a bunch of them.
Yeah. Yeah, big one hit in downtown Selma, Alabama.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yep. Yeah, which is a very historic city down there, and hopefully, there were no deaths or serious injuries from that. When you get things like this, I mean, it was 85 degrees this afternoon, Steve, in where I'm at in Georgia. I mean, that's just incredible for January. But come Saturday evening, that's all going to change. You're supposed to get a low of 28 Sunday morning.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, the big chills coming your way. Yes.
Yeah, I got to cover my plants back up. Took the covers off a while back ago, but I guess I'm going to put them on again. Hey, Steve, you were talking about these electric cars, right? You know how Democrats are always saying ban this, ban that, ban gas stoves, ban guns, ban gasoline, natural gas, ban it all, right?
Mm-hmm.
When are Republicans going to start talking the same smack? I mean, if they do take control in 2024, couldn't they put a ban on electric cars? We're not going to make electric cars anymore.
Right.
There's going to be a ban on that because it puts too much of a strain on our power grid. I guess they'd be able to do it. I mean, the Democrats do it all the time, but you never hear the Republicans talking about banning this and banning that. But this great governor down here in Florida, Steve, did you see that bill they're going to push through? They're going to put a ban on anybody tracking purchases.
I think you sent me the link to that a few minutes ago, right? Because I haven't got to see the story yet, but it's non-negotiable, they're saying?
Yep. I don't know how they're going to do this. If you go to buy a gun with a credit card, if there's, if that law is from state to state and how that works. But, this DeSantis, man, he doesn't put up with this crap, and then you got the governor in Illinois. They just became the 9th state in the union to try and ban semi-automatic weapons, which that's not going to happen. I mean, they've already got tons of lawsuits against them in the courts, so I don't think that's going to last very long. Not to be infringed upon, right, Steve?
Correct.
This whole Biden thing, man, what you were talking about before, I mean, it makes some sense. But Steve, you got to wonder, first of all, why are lawyers poking around in his office retrieving documents? That's the first question I have. The other thing is the timeline on this stinks to high heaven, because they knew about this stuff, November 2nd, right before the midterms?
That's supposedly when they found the first documents, and, the way they're making it sound since then, that's why the lawyers or whatever, they said aides or lawyers, whoever it is, have been going through, I guess, anywhere that he might have documents, looking to see if he had other classified. And I get, now when did they find the additional documents? They haven't told us when they found them.
No. And the thing is, Steve, shouldn't the FBI or Homeland Security be involved in that instead of, aides or lawyers or staff going through classified information? I mean, this just stinks to high heaven, And then on December 20th, they find the rest of them in the garage, and who knows where else they're going to be.
Yep.
So, like I said, when this story first came out on Monday, Steve, where's the raid? Why isn't his house being searched? How many homes does this guy have? How many garages? But his houses aren't getting searched. And the thing is, all they do is lie about this, Steve. She was talking today about how the lawyers notified the archives and the DOJ.
Yep.
They did not notify the DOJ, Steve. You know who notified the DOJ? The archives. So right there, that should have been a red flag. But nothing's going to happen to this guy. We are getting to the point, Steve, where if you're a leader in a third world country, say like maybe Brazil, or even a country like England where they have a parliament, right? You'd be in prison for this kind of stuff. You'd be in jail. But here, these government officials, presidents, whoever, Secretary of State, judges, they're all immune from prosecution, which is just ridiculous that these people are immune from prosecution. I just don't understand that. Why anything or something hasn't been passed to get rid of this immunity. And that just goes to show you how corrupt the United States government is. And not just on the left side of the aisle, Steve. There's some on the right, too. We know who they are. One of them's from Kentucky. But this whole thing is just absolutely mind-boggling. It really is. I mean, I don't know if it's a setup or what, but it was really funny how Joe Biden tried to mumble and stumble through that statement his attorneys wrote. And you notice how he got on, how Peter Doocy threw him off track? He asked him about the documents in the garage next to the Corvette. And Biden slipped up and said, oh, yeah, they're not out in the street. They're right by my Corvette in the garage.
In a secure garage, though, right? A secure garage.
He admitted it. He admitted it, that he knew they were there. But didn't he say a few days ago, Steve, that he was surprised that he didn't know about these documents?
Correct.
Yes. It's all a big damn lie.
And he said
That's all it is.
And he said he didn't know what was in the documents, what they pertain to.
Yeah, well, Hunter probably does, right?
Right.
You know, that's the thing too, Steve. I mean, the people that have access to these things, I mean, there could be information on there about Chinese deals, about bribery, about payoffs. There could be all kinds of stuff in there. But is the FBI concerned about that? No. They're concerned about Trump. They're concerned about January 6th. I mean, I don't know, Steve, until they totally restructure, revamp, whatever you want to call it, the FBI and the DOJ. And I think this whole thing was leaked from the FBI. Somebody that's probably a right-leaning person that's tired of this crap, and they leaked it out because they tried to keep this quiet for a while. They kept it quiet for what, 2 months now?
Well, if they've had it since November the 2nd, we know the first tranche was, yeah, I mean, that's a lot of time to, and then how all of a sudden do you find out the first tranche and then the next day there's more, and then the next day there's more?
And that's the thing, Steve. I mean, why hasn't his properties been searched? Not by his team, but by law enforcement. You know, we all know that answer too, because of who's in charge of the Department of Justice. You know, and he tried to cover his sorry ass today by appointing a special counsel. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous. Nothing's going to happen to these people. Nothing at all. But anyway, buddy, I'm going to try to stay dry here, and you have yourself a good weekend. Stay warm.
All right, you do the same, because you're gonna have to get a little jacket out. You're gonna at least put the shorts away for a day or two there in Florida. All right. All right. Let's see here. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. Good day for ducks. Sounds like most everywhere. Got a pretty soggy morning started here for south central Pennsylvania and central Maryland and up into the Philadelphia area and even there in Wilmington, Delaware. Come down through Wilmington, Delaware this morning. Now, do I remember right? Did you say something that Delaware's got some deal going on? They're doing a crackdown because too many people are dying on their highways and all that?
Yeah, it's a 2-week blitz that's going on right now, I believe.
All right. Well, if you're traveling on 495 there, which is in the Wilmington area, it goes from 95 there where 295 splits off to go to the Delaware Memorial Bridge and goes on up and matches back in with 95 up at the Pennsylvania line there on the north side of Wilmington. They have electronic speed limit signs, and normally 495 is a 65-mile-an-hour road, and they have reposted with their electronic signs the speed limit to 55 miles an hour. And I slowed down to 55 miles an hour, and you thought I was a concrete block on square wheels going down through there. But I'll tell you what, if they got this blitz going on, they're almost doing entrapment to do it, because the road that normally travels at 65 miles an hour, as I say, they changed the speed limit to 55. And I didn't see anybody out there doing enforcement at the time, but if they want, it ain't going to be very hard, because there ain't nobody abiding by the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. So, and that includes big trucks as well. I mean, I had big trucks passing me both sides at the same time there. So, anyways, just I guess our listening audience has been warned, correct?
That is correct.
So there you have that. Now, was this deal with now a while back here? Didn't Dr. Jill? It wasn't too long a while back. Didn't Dr. Jill say she was ready for another 4 more years in the White House?
Yeah, all of a sudden she was. The family met over Thanksgiving, I think it was. And they discussed it, and she was all in.
Okay. Now when she was the wife of the vice president for 8 years down there in Washington, D.C., and they rode the train from Wilmington to Delaware. Wait a minute. Isn't that what Joe said? They rode the train all the time? Why would the vice president be riding Amtrak? But I don't know. So anyways, do you have any idea how friendly she might have been with the first lady there? The Michelle Obama was. Do you know if she was on any good terms with her? That would she have any insider information? Wouldn't they? Maybe they'd have some communication to. I don't know. Maybe they weren't that good of friends there. Maybe Michelle's not keeping Dr. Jill up to date there on what's going on in the politic world there. But I think you're onto something. I think maybe the Clintons and the Obamas and that maybe have a scheme laid out here. I don't know. Possibility of something like that going on. Probably shouldn't talk that way. People that associate with the Clintons there, sometimes they wake up on the wrong side of the grass there.
It could. It kind of smells to me like this is kind of going in a direction where it may force Joe to step down from his position.
Yeah, but guess who we get if he steps down before his term's up?
All right.
Oh, boy. Well, maybe we can get rid of...
Giggles.
Hey, if we get rid of him and her at the same time, we get McCarthy, right? If she doesn't get to choose a new vice president before she's out, then we get McCarthy. Then we have a Republican as governor or as president. Maybe that'll work. But anyways, so the real reason for my call this morning, besides all that nonsense, is I got listening to this thing, and I listened to the 70s channel quite a bit there. Make a short story long here. And while listening to the 70s channel, they play Casey Kasem. You remember Casey Kasem? Keep your feet underground and keep reaching for the stars. And I always liked Casey Kasem. He had his flaws and everything, but I liked it, and I liked the shows. And I can't say I always agreed with the music they picked to be in the thing there, but they had a thing there from like 1973, 1974, and it was February of 74 they were playing. And this was in the top 30, 40, whatever it was that Casey used to do. And so it's a kind of a recitation type deal, but it's from a Canadian guy, and he talks about how America is and how America treats the world and has over the past quite a few years, and how the world treats America back. So I don't know. I shared it there on your Facebook page, not the fan page, but your page, and I put it on my page there. But it's on YouTube, and I guess maybe you'd be able to at least put the guy's name out. I forgot what the name is again here, but maybe you can come across it, and I don't know if you can preview it all or if there's any way. It's probably something to deal with royalties or something, because it's off the American Top 40 and all that way back in 1974. So I don't know if you can play an excerpt of it or part of it or any of it, but whatever. You're the big radio high up muckety muck. You know all them things. We're out here just truck drivers. We don't know nothing.
Byron McGregor's The Americans.
Yeah. So anyways, take a listen to that, and maybe if other people can figure it out, they can pass it on to the people that don't have Facebook. I did pass it on to the Scarecrow there because he doesn't do the Facebook thing. But anyways, just take a listen and see what you think of that, and maybe we can get some reporting back either later on in the show or tomorrow. I guess we won't do it tomorrow because that would be the show that Big Sexy'd want to listen to, and we don't have that one. But we can report back on Monday there. Maybe that's the weekend assignment there, is to listen to this and see what we think of how things used to be in 1974 and what we think they're at now. So
I know it was a whole lot different in 1974. Yes, indeed. All right. It is 9 before the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, Joe didn't know they were there. I didn't know. Yeah, the White House defending Joe after classified documents from his time as vice president uncovered by his lawyers. And again, the point they keep making, they immediately reported it to the National Archives. Press Secretary Jean Pierre read a statement from Biden's lawyers during the daily press briefing, which reads, "We are confident that a thorough review will show these documents were inadvertently misplaced, and the president and his lawyers acted promptly upon discovery of the mistake." Classified documents from when Biden was vice president in the Obama administration have now been discovered in 3 different locations: the president's residence in Wilmington, his garage, and his private office at the Biden Penn Center in Washington, D.C. Jean-Pierre refused to clarify details about where the documents were found, but confirmed the president was surprised the records were found in his garage next to his Corvette. He did not know the records were there when they were found. National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications, John Kirby, similarly vague when asked about details, the documents that were discovered in Biden's possession. The president has spoken to how seriously he takes the handling of classified documents, says Kirby. He did exactly the right thing by turning over the documents to the archives. The president didn't do it. His attorneys did it. I mean, remember, he just said he didn't know they were there. When asked if Biden having classified documents at his home is a threat to national security, Kirby said that would be a question for the Justice Department. Didn't know they were there. I don't know. Maybe Hunter stashed them out there. He was working on the Corvette. Who knows? Plane never comes out here in the garage anyway. I just got to brainstorm it. It is 844-844-3388. Let me see here. Brain Dead on the line. Yes, we'll get to 5-7. I think Pappy's going to be joining us here shortly as well. I'm not. Maybe Eagle, I think, is going to be checking in as we roll into a Friday. Lafayette, Indiana. That's our Dumbass of the Week nominee. Actually, it's a Darwin Award winner. I think Big Sexy also sent me this same story earlier this week. Lafayette, Indiana. Man died Friday after his house exploded. Authorities have not shared the name of the man. Police say they believe was making fireworks when the explosion occurred just before 2:30 in the afternoon, just 3 blocks east of Columbian Park. Emergency crews responded to the explosion, found the man inside the house, took him to the hospital where he died from his injuries. Nearby homes were evacuated as a precaution while investigators searched for hazardous materials inside the home. Trying to make some big bada boom fireworks, right? Homemade fireworks. Got to be very, very careful. All right, so we'll get our news break here, get back to your calls ahead as we roll into the early hours of a Friday the 13th, no less. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Lisa Marie Presley has died after suffering a cardiac arrest at her home in Calabasas, California on Thursday morning. The singer-songwriter, humanitarian, and only child of rock and roll pioneer Elvis Presley was 20 days shy of her 55th birthday. It is with a heavy heart that I must share the devastating news that my beautiful daughter, Lisa Marie, has left us. Lisa Marie's mother, Priscilla, confirmed in a statement Thursday evening she was the most passionate, strong, and loving woman I have ever known. We ask for privacy as we try to deal with this profound loss. Thank you for your love and prayers. At this time, there'll be no further comment. According to TMZ, who first broke the news of the heart attack, Lisa Marie was found unresponsive by her housekeeper. Her ex-husband, Danny Keough, with whom she lived, administered CPR until paramedics arrived. After her pulse was restored, she was taken to a nearby intensive care unit and placed on life support in an induced coma. According to TMZ sources, Lisa Marie had complained of stomach pains earlier Thursday morning, and her death was not a suicide. Lisa Marie's father and paternal grandmother also both died from heart attacks at young ages, respectively at 42 and 46. Parts of the South are getting hit with tornadoes and severe storms. More than a dozen tornadoes were reported in Alabama on Thursday, including one that caused significant damage in Selma. State emergencies are in effect in both Alabama and Georgia, where thousands of customers were without power as of Thursday evening. The man accused of killing 4 Idaho college students is waiving his right to a speedy probable cause hearing. Brian Koberger was arrested in Pennsylvania at the end of last month and charged with 4 counts of murder in connection to the November slayings. He appeared in court today, and his preliminary hearing was set for June 26. The latest inflation data shows the economy is headed in the right direction. That's according to the St. Louis Federal Reserve President James Bullard. The consumer price index fell 0.1% in December, for the biggest drop since April 2020. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Speaker of the House says he doesn't plan on calling for New York Congressman George Santos' resignation. Santos has come under fire for lying about his background and credentials. McCarthy said Santos has a long way to go to earn trust, but said voters elected Santos to represent them in Congress. The Ravens are going to be without Lamar Jackson for the start of the playoffs. Baltimore starting quarterback tweeted Thursday night that he suffered a PCL grade 2 sprain on the borderline of a strain 3 and will be playing in Sunday night's wild-card game with the Cincinnati Bengals. The Ravens initially described his return as week-to-week, but he hasn't suited up for the last 39 days. Lawmakers are demanding answers from the FAA following a system outage that caused widespread flight delays on Wednesday. Republican Congressman Sam Graves, who chairs the House Transportation Committee, said he expects the FAA to provide a full briefing to members of Congress. He said lawmakers will be investigating what went wrong, who's responsible, and how to prevent the failure in the future. A new study shows COVID vaccines can help unborn children. That's according to researchers at the University of Kentucky who co-authored the study, which shows benefits to fetal health when a pregnant person is vaccinated against the virus. One of the findings was that breast milk had a dramatic increase of antibodies in vaccinated mothers. Wall Street is closing with stocks higher after the release of a major inflation report. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose by 217 points to 34,190. The S&P 500 climbed by 13 points to 3983. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
If you like burritos, which you do because everyone does, you should try Taco Bell's Chipotle Ranch and Salsa Verde grilled chicken burritos. These masterpieces start with a warm flour tortilla that we stuff with grilled chicken. But the real stars here are the bold sauces, Chipotle Ranch or Salsa Verde. In fact, the chicken is the stage upon which these sauces shine. Like this mic is a stage for me to spotlight my theatrical range. 2 chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors, $2 each. Order on the Taco Bell app. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation, which vary. Tax extra while supplies last.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, jump back into it here another hour as we roll into Friday the 13th. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Country Bumpkin checking in from Grand Haven, Michigan, 35 degrees. There's Billy. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive folks. 60 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina tonight. Be safe. Have a great night. Now, the list just continues to grow. States issuing emergencies due to fuel concerns. Iowa and Wisconsin, the latest to do such. These emergencies, like those in other states, providing relief from the hours of service requirements. Starting with Iowa, the order in Iowa was issued to ease restrictions on the transportation of heating and motor fuels. According to the CVSA's emergency declaration portal, through February the 5th, this proclamation suspends the regulatory provisions of Iowa code pertaining to the hours of service for crews and drivers delivering propane, diesel, natural gas, and other fuels used for residential, agricultural, and commercial heating purposes. According to the governor's news release, drivers operating under this order are not required to carry a copy of the waiver with them, it says. Now, that's a little different. Usually you have to have a copy. In Wisconsin, their fuel emergency cites demand for residential heating fuel due to weather conditions, as well as terminals across the state having limited supplies, creating long wait times and drivers traveling longer distances. For carriers and drivers of commercial vehicles obtaining and transporting residential heating fuel on all highways in Wisconsin, also exempt from the federal and state hours of service through February the 4th in Wisconsin's case. Let's see. Motor carriers operating under this order shall not require or allow an ill or fatigued driver to operate a vehicle. If a driver notifies a carrier they need rest, they shall be given at least 10 consecutive hours off duty. This does not suspend any other state laws, including but not limited to limit of weight, width, length, and height limits. Iowa and Wisconsin. Boy, the list of states just keeps growing. Good morning, Brain Dead. Happy Friday.
It may be your Friday, but mine's tomorrow.
Okay.
How you doing there, buddy?
What's happening? Happy New Year, by the way.
Yeah. And you had your anniversary. Now, did you have any wild things happen at the party that was supposed to be had for your anniversary?
I don't think anything got out of hand. No,
Oh, so you put Gilligan on a leash, huh?
Right.
He probably would have enjoyed that anyway. But no, you were talking about that Hunter Biden thing, you know. Kind of reminds me of that song, that Little Red Corvette, you know. It's crazy how, you know, he hasn't caught up with the technology age and like the Clintons have and put everything on email and servers, right? But, hey, did you hear the news today that Kevin Harvick is retiring from NASCAR? Did you see that?
I did not, no.
This year is his final ride. Now, remember, he took over that ride after Dale Earnhardt's passing.
Correct, yeah.
That's been a long time. But see, Steve, here's another little interesting trivia fact for you. Did you know Kurt Busch, who they retired at the end of this last season, was the last active driver ever to race against Dale Sr.?
Well, you're just all full of fun facts.
Yeah, I know. And the sad part is I don't have my stalker catching me yet over here in Galloway or over by the truck stops in Little Rock yet. So, Dingbat sent you a Dumbass of the Week story, too, by the way. So I figured we would, this year, let's lighten things up a little bit. Let's get our DA of the nominees back. We're going to do a little bit different. You know, I know Dingbat sent you one, I sent you one. So we're going to be doing a little bit more of expanding admin-wise. So we're taking nominations and applications. Now, remember, you do need to leave your credit card number, driver's license, and Social Security numbers to be on the application to be accepted. So. Well, other than that, Steve, what's your plans for the weekend you got planned up?
I don't think there's anything on the slate specific for our weekend.
I figured you'd be watching the Bengals, and drinking a lot of Skullbuster beer when they leave.
See, the Bengals don't play till Sunday night. Game starts, it's like Sunday night football, like 8:30, I think it is. And, man, the game will still be on when I get up, but I'll be having to get in here doing my show prep and all that when the game's on.
Yeah, we're probably going to be around the house. I know Monday night I got to take off but it's going to be a nice, long, well-deserved 3-day weekend after dealing with this lovely company, so to speak, Steve. So. But yeah.
Hey, maybe I should do that. Should I take a 3-day weekend? Should I take Sunday night off so I can drink my Skullbusters and watch Sunday night football?
Hey, there you go. You know what? Maybe me and Heatwave need to go to the International Brotherhood of Radio Broadcasters and get a grievance filed on your behalf so you could take Sunday night off as a national holiday to watch the Bengals lose,
I think
there you go. See, what do you think about that?
Monday for some is a holiday. Isn't Monday MLK Day, I do believe? So a lot of folks will be off Monday.
Yeah, I have to have a personal day. I have something personal I got to do that day. But, we'll get that grievance filed for you. We'll make Heatwave over there your shop steward, and I'll be your business agent. We'll only collect like 80%.
Oh, only. Okay, yeah. Have a good weekend, brain dead. Yeah, Dingbat sent me her DA of the Week nominee. Of course, it's got to be out of Florida, right? How many dumbass nominations come out of Florida? It's like a majority, it seems. 2 people in Florida arrested after one of them made a 911 call to get help with moving their belongings from a home they were burglarizing. You can't make this stuff up. Deputies responded to a home after a 911 call was made, but nobody spoke. According to the sheriff's office at the home, the deputies concluded that nobody lived there, but they found a male suspect and his girlfriend inside the home after entering to an unlocked door. Deputies had been searching for the male suspect after identifying him from security video as a burglar at the Dollar General store, where several items were stolen earlier that day. The sheriff's office said in a statement, that Dollar General is about 35 miles south of Orlando. While talking to deputies, the female suspect told them that she'd called 911 for the purpose of having law enforcement help them move their belongings from the house they were burglarizing. They also wanted to get a ride to the airport so they could spend the weekend in New York. Deputies did help them with their belongings, and they did give them a ride, but it wasn't to the airport. It was to the Polk County Pokey. And they're welcome to stay all weekend. The Polk Pokey is much better than New York anyway. Male suspect charged with burglary and theft related to the store and also burglary of a residence. The female subject charged with burglary of a residence, according to the sheriff's office. Stupid criminals out there. What's going on, Pappy? You ever heard the likes of something like that?
Nah, Steve, that would be a first. Phew, I think it makes you wonder if she got snookered. Did she know what was going on? Did this guy lead her on to believe that it was his house or something?
Yeah.
Who'd be stupid enough to do that? Come on. I don't know. They're out there, though. Keeps us in business. Excuse me. Hey, listen, anyway, Tucker had a guy on tonight, Steve. And he was talking. He was an attorney, and I guess his job was to brief all the past and present presidents and vice presidents and high up in the White House on security clearances and whatnot.
and how to handle classified information. And Steve, I remembered, I might have talked about this back when, Trump was going through all this, right? I come into the district one day and the boss said, "Hey man, you got to go up with 9 Henry 10. That's the helicopter." And President Bush was coming in, HW, was coming in to give a speech at Union Terminal to the American people about the Iraqi war before we went in. So he was going to address the nation on why we need to do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we were to fly over to Greater Cincinnati, where Air Force One was going to come in, land, and then escort the motorcade from Greater Cincinnati to Union Terminal, right, in the air. So we get over to Greater Cincinnati, and we're sitting and we're waiting, and Air Force One finally lands. And there was a Secret Service agent assigned to us who was going to go up in the helicopter with us. And we're standing around. He's like, "Hey, man, we're running a 10 bit late. Sorry, we finally get ready to leave." He goes, "Sorry, man, we had to set up a skiff tent, What the hell's that?" I had no idea what the hell he's talking about. Didn't really ask, but I remember that's what took so damn long. Fast forward a couple of years, you end up getting onto the HDU squad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Getting accepted onto the bomb squad. Anyway, come to find out when, Steve, anybody that gets a security clearance gets briefed on how to handle classified information, top secret stuff, even, from the low end to the high end. It's proper procedure on how to handle this. So anybody trying to say, listen, anything marked SCI, sensitive compartmentalized information, cannot leave a SCIF. It's not allowed. Has to stay in there. And what a SCIF is, it's a sensitive compartmentalized information facility. I think I explained it this way. Remember back in the day when they only had typewriters, right? 10 people would walk into a room at the White House, right? 10 envelopes were handed out. Before anybody left that room, 10 envelopes were collected. A SCIF is the same thing. Them envelopes are not allowed to leave that room. Period. And there's some other things that go into the facility. There's other things that they do to minimize anybody trying to listen in, let's say, right? But the fact remains is that stuff that was marked SCI isn't even allowed to be out of that room, Steve. And Joe Biden cannot say, there's no excuse for that, Steve. None. He knew better. Anybody that had any IOPS in the White House knows better. They know this. They can't play ignorant.
Well, and they're saying
right?
Joe Biden has been in D.C. He's been up there for 40 plus years. He knows the process of handling classified information.
Yes, sir. And then for him to say, "Well, my garage door was locked." Well, how many times was that garage door open every time that Corvette left the driveway, Steve? That was his Alzheimer's. How many times he might have drove around the block and been gone for several hours, and that daggone garage door just left wide open. How many times we all done that? Absolute madness. And the news media trying to say that, well, listen, they did the right thing, right? As soon as they found these documents that weren't even supposed to be where they were, his attorneys called the archives immediately, right? So that relieves him of any responsibility, right? Steve, if I go rob a bank, right, And I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years later, call the FBI and say, hey, man, I got to confess, I robbed that bank 6 years ago. So I get a pass. Nothing's going to happen to me because I confessed. I just wonder what you were talking about at the top of the hour, what Rudy Giuliani was saying. I think I've said something to you several months ago, Steve. You watch when the news media, right? When the media, because they're all in cahoots with this stuff, Steve. When they start turning on Biden, what's that tell you?
He's on his way
They
out.
don't want him no more.
Yep.
They are going to cut the strings on that puppet. So keep your eye on the news media. They're starting to turn here a little bit.
I mean,
they're
obviously,
still
you go
trying
back
cover for him.
go back earlier this week. I mean, when the first tranche was discovered, it sounds like all the mainstream were totally defending. You know, well, there's no comparison to this, and Trump's Mar-a-Lago, blah blah blah, and you know, but now you got location number 2, location number. How can they continue to defend that?
See, Steve, you know when they're walking off the set, right? They are got to be like smacking themselves on the forehead saying, how much longer can we keep doing this? And this Roger Her, this guy that's going to be appointed into this
special counsel.
Steve, he's a player. He's a swamp man. He's connected with all the attorneys that were involved in the Mueller investigation. He's part of the weaponized DOJ. So they knew they had to do it. They had to come out and say it. But like caller Steve said, they ain't going to do nothing. It's DC, man. Come on, Steve. Right? They ain't going to do nothing. Unless the people really calling the shots say we want him out. Then they might say, pull a Nixon on him, right? I think it's time for you to resign, Joe.
Yeah.
Or, you might be facing criminal charges here.
Then
I don't know. We'll see.
How in the hell could Kamala Harris run this country?
we can't make this stuff up. Steve, if you wanted to write a comic book, right? This is the way to write it. So, all right, my man, that's all I got. That's my 2 cents worth.
Everybody ready for Giggles in Chief? That'd be her, Giggles in Chief, Kamala Harris. All right, 24 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, how you doing tonight? Yeah, I'm out here on the road again, Steve, rolling. Headed, I'll be leaving out in the morning, rolling out again. Yeah, I'm down here at Georgia right now, Steve. And weather's pretty good here right now. Luckily, man, I didn't see all the damage. I don't know if you've seen the damage from this tornado. Went through Selma, Alabama. I'm not too far away from there, but I didn't get there. I didn't get to where I'm at till late tonight after the storm it went through. But I see some of the damage that this hurricane did. I mean, not hurricane, tornado.
Yeah.
Did to Selma, and it's pretty bad. It looks like like I always tell you when I talk to you after these tornadoes, it looked like somebody dropped a nuclear bomb, Steve. Same like the photos that you see in Ukraine. It's these tornadoes can do some serious damage. But can you hear me?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I haven't seen any of the footage out of Selma yet, but I know they can do devastation. Yeah.
Yeah. If you get a chance to check it out, you could probably see some on YouTube or either. I was looking at a TikTok video. I had TikTok on my phone. Y'all looking at that, but yeah, it's some real bad stuff. Like I say, I think they said 6 people got killed so far in this tornado. And then you got the stuff going on with California. You know, I ain't never seen that much rain in California. You know, it's day after day in San Francisco and all these other places. It's real bad water in the city. So yeah, it's not good. Not good what's going on with the weather. You know, but they say they needed water in California, but they didn't need this much damn water.
Right.
So
No doubt.
They got a lot of problems out there. But yeah, Steve, I got some another. This is happening too much. I don't know what's going on, Steve, but it's not good. A lot of young people out there losing their lives, and I don't know how many just in the last 2 weeks or over 2 weeks. Celebrities got another bad update, and you know this one here is pretty bad. Bad deal. Elvis Presley's daughter, Lisa. She passed away, and she was only 54 years old. And you know, she was just on TV 2 days ago at an awards show, and and she looked pretty good from what I seen. You know, on some of the video looking at the night, and that they claim she had a heart attack. There's a lot of heart attacks going on right now. You know, you look at this black lady, the Diamond in Silk. She passed away a couple of days ago, a heart attack. You know, a lot of big name people going through these problems. So I don't know what's going on, but I hate to hear that about Lisa Presley. You know, because I kind of grew up with her. You know, because she's almost around my age, and I was a big fan of Michael Jackson, and you know, when she married Michael Jackson and all these other things that went on when they were young. So I hate to turn on my television and see something like this going on. That's not good at all, you know, because she seemed like she was pretty nice, pretty good lady. But when it comes time to the Joe Biden situation, Steve, it's giving me plenty of material to talk about. That's one thing about good old, I told you this a couple of months ago. That's one thing about good old Joe. He gave me plenty to talk about. You know, this guy here had the nerves.
I think he's giving the late night comedians plenty to talk about too. But hey, we got to pause there. News break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Lisa Marie Presley is dead at the age of 54. Her mother confirmed the news in a statement to People on Thursday, calling her the most passionate, strong, and loving woman I have ever known. Presley, who was a daughter of Elvis and Priscilla Presley, was hospitalized in Southern California earlier Thursday with possible cardiac arrest. She just attended the Golden Globes on Tuesday to support actor Austin Butler in his win of Best Actor for his portrayal of Elvis. Her music career includes the release of 3 studio albums, with her debut, To Whom It May Concern, reaching number 5 in the Billboard 200 album charts following its release in 2003. The storms to start the new year have dramatically improved the status of California's drought. The UC Berkeley Snow Lab says California's Sierra snowpack is now at 104% of average, meaning the state has seen more snow already here in January than a typical entire season. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, We engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And we shared the story of the DA of the Week nominees that ended up in the Polk County Pokey. Got a message from the Cincinnati Kid who says, Steve, I live in Polk County, Florida. That's the home of America's sheriff, Grady Judd. He loves locking up morons. Do a YouTube search on him. He's a trip. I'm familiar with Grady Judd, right? Yeah, he cuts to the chase. Thank you very much, Cincinnati Kid. Good to have you tuned in here on Friday the 13th. Well, greetings from a windy Houston, Texas, home of TNC Radio.live, where we've got our daily driver bonus contest up and running for the new year. Your chance to win $1,000 every workday on TNC Radio.live as you get the keyword each day. It's pretty simple. Today's keyword is payoff. Like you're going to pay off your Christmas bills, because that's what it's all about with the Daily Driver bonus. Go to TNCRadio.live or use the TNC Radio.live app. Enter today's keyword payoff. It's the $1,000 Daily Driver bonus brought to you by TNCRadio.live and a Hot Shot Secret. Coming up later this morning, starting at 5 a.m. right after the overnight drive, it's an encore presentation of Mind Your Truckin' Business. Now, usually we would have done a live show with Charlie Claiborne's Highway Fever. However, Charlie was in Selma, Alabama today. Now, he reports that he is safe and intact. However, it scared him enough that he did indeed need a change of underwear. All right, 7 a.m., a special presentation of Thursday's Truckers Network radio show with Shelley Johnson. She interviews a representative of Tab Bank. We'll be discussing some of the things to watch out for when doing business with a factoring company. Know what to look for and how to avoid trouble. And lastly, prayers for our friends and family. They're in Selma, Alabama. Drivers, please stay safe and stay healthy out there. All right. Yeah, Selma, Alabama, hit hard. Let me get back and finish up with Eagle. I think you had another topic you wanted to touch on. Thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Yeah, Steve. Before I get to the good old Joe Biden, I wanted to ask you that. I know you have been talking. You do a lot of traveling. Have you ever been to? Did you ever been to Graceland in Memphis before, Elvis? You ever go to Graceland?
Never been there. No, sir.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you would have visited that place. No, I had a couple of chances to go over the years. That I go to Memphis a lot. Driving trucks and everything. But I never had a chance to get into the Graceland. But I'm gonna try to get to it one of these days, and maybe this year I might. I was just in Memphis a couple of days ago. Since we're talking about Elvis' daughter. But I'm gonna try to get into Graceland in the next, hopefully this year, if I get a chance to. I don't think it costs too much money to take a tour of the house, so I'd like to do that one day if I get some extra time. But maybe somebody can call in tonight if after I finish up. Maybe one of your listeners might have been to Graceland. They can give out some information on what it's like. But Steve. Now let's get to the good old Joe Biden. Like I told you before the break, Steve, he gave me plenty of material to talk about. Just keep doing what you're doing, Joe Biden. Just keep doing what you're doing, my man. And I'm gonna continue talking about you because you make my day every time I turn my television on and I see this guy calling another lie, Steve. I almost ran off the road today. Was laughing so hard about Joe Biden. He had the nerve today to hold a press conference, Steve, and answer a couple of questions. And he tried to take a smart aleck attitude, with the reporter. You know something, Steve? That guy, Peter Doocy, he's the only one in that press building that's got the guts to ask some hard questions to that loser press secretary, that Donnie Liar was liar secretary. She's not a press secretary. She's a liar secretary is what she is, because all she does is tell lies. But he's the only one that gives her tough questions, Steve, and she just sits there shivering because every word that comes out of her mouth is another lie too. Yeah, but Joe Biden had the nerve to get mad when Doocy asked him a question. He's not intimidated by Joe Biden either, Steve, as you noticed. And Joe Biden had the nerve to say, well, he had him in his garage parked by his Corvette. He says he has a Corvette. I've never seen Joe Biden drive a Corvette, but that's what he claims. But he said that he had the paperwork in his garage. So that's supposed to be a secure location, right, Steve? Mm-hmm. That just shows you how stupid Joe Biden is. He just embarrassed himself. That's the reason why I say I almost drove off the road. He said he had these confidential White House papers, top secret papers in his garage, and that's supposed to be a secure location. That shows you how stupid this guy is. So, like I said earlier, Joe Biden, just keep doing what you're doing, my man. You give me plenty to talk about. Now let's move on. Let's talk about good old Joe Biden again, Steve. This guy here went down to Mexico last week and accomplished absolutely nothing. Zero. Nada. The border is still just as open as it was before he stepped foot into Mexico. He didn't accomplish anything, Steve. People are still coming into the USA as me and you speak right now. And Joe Biden, he doesn't care about it, nor does he want to stop it. And like I told you last week, we finally, Greg Abbott, he is the only man that's the only line of defense that we got down in Texas, Steve. I told you, Greg Abbott, the man is in a wheelchair, He made a special trip down to El Paso, Texas. He didn't have to do that. And he waited when Air Force One landed with Joe Biden on that plane. Greg Abbott was at the bottom of those stairs waiting for him, and he handed him a letter telling him all the bad things that's been going on in Texas due to him and his stupidity. And that's exactly what Greg Abbott should have done, Steve, because he has turned his back on the U.S. border situation. All the employees that work for the Border Patrol and anybody else associated with the border, Joe Biden has completely turned his back on these people. And it's a national disaster. Like I told you, Steve, I told you right before Christmas, I went to El Paso while driving, going out to California. I made a special trip to El Paso just to see what the hell was going on. I've been seeing all this stuff on television about all these illegals on the street, sleeping on the street. And guess what I saw when I got to El Paso? Exactly what I've been seeing on television. It's a national embarrassment what's going on in El Paso right now. The city is overrun with homeless individuals from other nations and other countries. And it's really a shame what's going on in the USA right now, Steve. So, like I said, Joe Biden, they may have you this time, my man. You've been in Washington for over 50 years, committing crime after crime, Mr. Biden. Maybe this time you'll pay the price for the crimes you've been committing. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, have a great weekend. I don't know that I'd hold my breath on that. You know what I mean? But, well, there were other things taking place in the halls of Congress this past day. As, believe it or not, dozens of House Democrats actually joined Republicans to pass legislation that would prevent the Biden administration from selling any more oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to China or Chinese-owned companies. Yeah, the House easily passed the bill in a 331 to 97 vote. Every Republican voted for it, and 113 Democrats, more than half the House Democrat caucus, joined the Republicans on this. It was the second vote this week that actually saw large numbers of Democrats help House Republicans pass legislation. 2 days earlier, more than 2/3 of House Democrats voted with Republicans to create a committee to address U.S. strategic competition with China. The bill was brought up by Republicans after the Biden administration's decision last year to sell nearly 1 million barrels of oil from the SPR to Unipec America, a U.S.-based company owned by China. The Department of Energy announced that sale in April. Republicans warned on the House floor it makes no sense to deliver vast energy resources to entities controlled by America's largest competitor. America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve is meant for true energy supply disruptions, things like hurricanes or natural disasters, not to help China. Kathy McMorris, who will be chairing the House Energy and Commerce Committee here in this new Congress, draining our strategic reserves for political purposes and selling portions of it to China is a significant threat to our national security. The administration is not just hurting our own ability to respond to emergencies and national security threats, they're actually actively bolstering the oil reserves of our most dangerous geopolitical adversary, the Chinese Communist Party. Now, of course, this administration has released more than 200 million barrels from the SPR, trying to ease rising energy prices over the last year, as we know. She added some of the oil that was not sold directly to Chinese-owned entities ended up in China's hands. As we know, much of that oil went to China because our refineries and pipelines are full. It now has nowhere to go. Millions more barrels went to overseas traders who eventually sent it to China. We also know China is ramping up its purchases of crude from Russia and the U.S. to boost their own reserves. Now, this bill says that the Energy Secretary shall not sell SPR reserves to any entity under the control of the Chinese government, except on the condition that such petroleum products will not be exports to the People's Republic of China. While most Democrats voted for the bill, the debate featured only Democrats who tried to dismiss it by saying sales to China are the Republicans' fault because congressional Republicans in 2015 lifted the long-standing ban on crude oil. As a result, our exports of crude to China surged, averaging $500 million every day during the last year of the Trump administration. So that was the debate. All right, Republicans countered that change, saying that actually happened under the Obama administration when Republicans were working with that administration to unleash American energy and export it around the world. That plan continued under President Trump, under which record production of energy actually took place. So as they typically do, try to turn the tables, bickering back and forth, finger pointing. That's the name of the game. Let's try Gilligan, I believe it is. Good morning, Gilligan. Happy Friday, the 13th.
Happy Friday, Steve. I tell you, it's just amazing. Now they're complaining because energy production went up under Trump. That figures. And say that we were selling oil to China. Big difference. We were selling it from our production, not from our strategic reserves. You just can't, like you say, you can't make this stuff up. I don't get it. I hate to say this, but I got a DA the week before nominee that don't deserve the top one. But I tell you, I wonder about my own drivers in this company. We meet down here in a huge parking lot, and it's in a strip mall that all the stores are closed in. There's a street in front of it. There's all kinds of room, and what does he do? When I was there waiting on him, he literally parked in the street, even though there was all kinds of room in the parking lot. Go over there. You can't, that's another thing you can't make up. You got a huge parking lot there, why not use it instead of parking in the street? Does that make any sense to you?
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. Eagle was asking about Graceland. Now, I was down there with my ex-wife in 96. Now, that's been, going on 27 years ago. This summer will make 27 years. I really enjoyed it. I am an Elvis fan. I'm not a rabid Elvis fan. And it's really interesting art, really interesting memorabilia there and stuff. And at the time, to me, it was expensive. I mean, I got the whole tour, got the house, got to see the cars, got to see the memorabilia and a lot of other things. I mean, we took the whole tour. I think it was close to $50, but this was like I said, this was to 96. That was several years ago.
You're probably $100 today, right?
Yeah, it got to be at least 100 today, I would think. Now, I think it was worth it because all you got to see if you are an Elvis fan and appreciated what the man done and everything, to me it's worth the time. Just remember, it's not cheap, but then again, upkeep on that place is astronomical. Also, you got to remember that's a huge grounds there. It's not a small place, and there's a lot to see there. But I'd encourage Eagle to go to Memphis, go through the Graceland tour since he is a fan like I am. Well, Steve, that's pretty much about all I got tonight, and hope everybody has a happy and safe weekend, and I'll talk to you next week. Take care. Thank you for taking my
All right. You have a great weekend. Thanks for checking in. I pulled up Graceland.com. Now, right now it says, let's see, I guess the general ticket, adults 11 and up, $79 to $75. Youth ages 5 to 10, $45.50. Kids under 4 are free. I guess that's the regular tour, because now there's also what they call a VIP, an Elvis Entourage VIP tour that includes everything in both the other tour options, plus skip the line access to the mansion, a VIP shuttle to the mansion, access to a special exhibit, and a keepsake pass. Tickets for the VIP start at $128 per person. Graceland.com. All right, plenty of room for you. We've almost cleared the lines here on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I don't know how we got on the topic of Graceland. I guess the passing of Lisa Marie, that was it, right? From the quirky travel guy says, yeah, it's possible to visit Graceland. Yeah, Elvis Presley's mansion in Memphis for free. Well, you can't actually go inside the mansion, but you can stop by the meditation garden and view the graves of Elvis and his family up close. For those without the cash or the time to see the whole mansion, the garden is a great free option. It says every morning from 7 to 8:30 a.m., 7:30 to 8:30, the gates open. Visitors are welcome to walk up the drive to the meditation garden. Guests must leave before the daily tours begin. But outside the gates, you'll see the historic marker dedicated to Elvis Aaron Presley. Purchased in 1957 for just over $100,000, which, well, that was a massive sum at that time. But, of course, Elvis could afford it, thanks to his extensive track record of hits. As you walk up to the meditation garden, you can get a good look at the mansion itself. Fun fact, Graceland is the second most visited house in the United States, behind only the White House. Did not know that. Now, back in early 21, the morning access to the meditation garden was on hold because of the whole pandemic. People couldn't get close together, right? As of this year, that note no longer appears. It appears that as the country has opened back up, things are returning to normal. The Meditation Garden has reopened as well, so visitors are once again allowed to visit Elvis Presley's grave for free. Now, after catching a glimpse or a glance of the mansion, it's onto the garden itself. All right, the garden has beautiful, peaceful setting, flowers, a central fountain. All right, what else on the list? And then, of course, the tours. Yes, 2011, you could get a basic ticket for $31. The cheapest ticket as of 2023 is now $49.75, and that's for something called the Memphis and Plains Tour, which does not even include a tour of the mansion. The cheapest mansion ticket is now $79 for adults, $45 for kids. That's the Elvis Experience Tour, which includes the mansion tour, full access to the Elvis Entertainment Complex, which includes museums and a tour of his custom jets. Some tours include access to the Presley Motors Automobile Museum, a collection of the King's old cars, that famous pink Cadillac, plus his Rolls-Royce, his Mercedes-Benz limo, and more. These massive prices kind of explain why so many people are interested in just visiting the Meditation Garden. Again, VIP mansion tours range from $135 to $215 per person. Elvis, the king of rock and roll.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Her iconic father only made it to 42 years old before he died. Tonight we learned Lisa Marie Presley made it to 54. Ryan Daniels has more.
Her mother confirmed late Thursday that Lisa Marie died following her hospitalization in Southern California in a possible cardiac arrest case. In a statement to People, Priscilla Presley said her daughter was, quote, the most passionate, strong, and loving woman I have ever known. Lisa Marie had just attended the Golden Globe Awards on Tuesday to support actor Austin Butler in his win of Best Actor for his portrayal of Elvis.
New York is awarding its first round of grants funded by opiate settlements. The application process for the first round was launched over the summer, and county officials plan a second round of funds. Victoria Adani has more.
Suffolk County was the first in the Empire State to sue drug makers in connection with the opioid epidemic, and it won more than $200 million. County Executive Steve Ballone says that money will be dedicated to the cause.
These funds will go towards helping those individuals and families who have suffered.
A task force has already awarded $25 million to 34 community organizations fighting the opioid crisis. I'm Victoria Idoni.
The White House is confident the probe into President Biden's handling of classified material following his tenure as vice president will show the documents were accidentally misplaced. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre emphasized the president and his lawyers acted promptly upon discovery of the files. She said the White House cooperated closely with the Justice Department through its review and will continue to do so with the special counsel appointed to the case. Biden's private attorneys recently found material with classified markings at the Penn Biden Center in Washington, D.C., and in storage at his Delaware home. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
More than 3 million adults in California have been diagnosed with diabetes. The state's chief law officer, Attorney General Rob Bonta, has announced a lawsuit accusing the nation's largest insulin makers of unlawfully driving up the cost of the life-saving drug. Victoria Donnie has more.
The lawsuit argues 3 manufacturers produce more than 90% of the global insulin supply, and 3 pharmacy benefit managers administer the benefits for roughly 80% of the prescription claims managed. In the suit, Bonta claims because the competition is highly limited, those 6 companies have leveraged their market power to overcharge patients.
Over the last 20 years, big pharmaceutical companies increased the price of insulin by over 600%.
I'm Victoria Idoni.
The storms to start the new year have dramatically improved the status of California's drought. Dave Collins has more.
The UC Berkeley Snow Lab says California's Sierra snowpack is now at 104% of average, meaning the state has seen more snow already here in January than a typical entire season. In just 1 week, California has gone from having 27% of the state in extreme drought to less than 0.5%. I'm Dave Collins.
The NCAA CP Image Award nominations show big leads for Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and Abbott Elementary. The Black Panther sequel is leading the film category with 12 nominations. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. I hate the struggle of tough, greasy messes on my stovetop. So I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
When I'm frustrated with stubborn bathtub soap scum, I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
Mr. Clean Clean Freak delivers an innovative cleaning experience with a powerful deep cleaning mist that starts working on contact to break down tough messes in seconds.
Just freak,
wipe.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome in Friday the 13th. Hey, I did finally hear from, I've been kind of worried about, hadn't heard from Vic in such a long time. They're in Indiana. Got an email from Vic this past day, so hey, Vic, good to hear from you. Waiting for you to check in for the first time in the new year. Happy 2023. But the email, he says, I thought you might be interested in this article from Lexology, I'm sorry. I guess story about when hand sanitizer goes bad, managing and disposing unused ethanol. All right, I have not gone to the, I guess it's a pretty in-depth write-up or whatever, but he says, considering the push for ethanol in gasoline, right? The push is on right now, trying to boost what for many years has been a 10% maximum ethanol blend. They want to bump it to 15%. Considering the push for ethanol, this is a policy that is rich in irony. The World Economic Forum will be meeting in Davos, Switzerland, later this month, January 20th through the 23rd, to discuss, among many other things, renewables and sustainability. Now, the World Economic Forum is the actual global governing body via their control of money and politicians. Vegetable oils used in biodiesel are now considered renewable diesel and thus added to diesel stocks in many forums. Processes making vegetable oils suitable for blending also creates glycerol, which can be used to extend gasoline or make a gasoline substitute. Steve, Earth is at the midpoint of a 405,000-year elliptical to circular orbit, and the Earth will start to cool. As from all the information regarding planetary cycles that I've sent you, which I didn't expect you to read, but it just demonstrates the volume of publicly available information on the subject, those that are using climate change as justification for their agenda must be fully aware that time is short for them to achieve globalization. After all, these are the people with full access to every government weather agency around the world and actually run companies with complete meteorological divisions. Anyway, regards. There's our friend Vic in Indiana. I thought I'd jump on over to, the crazy weather in California, right? Ellen DeGeneres was out there the other day doing her little social media chat showing the proverbial river that's running through her backyard, which is normally a dry creek bed. And she was trying to blame climate change. Now, hold on a minute. We've been blaming climate change on the drought in California for years now, right? Now you want to blame climate change for torrential rains? Is everything that happens as far as weather's concerned, every event, it's all because of climate change? Come on, people. These people are delusional. But it's true, California has been under bombardment with winter storms since the final days of 2022. In the mountains, the atmospheric rivers have been more akin to atmospheric avalanches over the Sierra Nevada. Yards of snow piling up higher than they have in years. So much snow has accumulated that some ski resorts have had to temporarily close, including Mammoth Mountain, which is about 100 miles southeast of Lake Tahoe. We've already surpassed last season's total snowfall numbers. According to Mammoth Mountain's communications director, Mammoth is no stranger to these massive atmospheric river-style storms that brings huge snowfall numbers with heavy water content, but this is a very strong start to the season. That storm Monday and Tuesday alone unloaded 72 inches of fresh snow at the base of Mammoth Mountain, bringing the ski area's total to 190 inches just since the atmospheric rivers began. The seasonal total is now up to 328 inches, which is a bigger snowfall total than what has fallen at the ski resort during each of the previous 3 winters. Even more staggering, the amount of snow that has fallen at the summit of the mountain, which has an elevation of 11,053 feet. If the Statue of Liberty was removed from its pedestal and placed at the top of Mammoth Mountain, the total snow amount would be approaching its waist, where 441 inches or 36 feet of snow have fallen so far this season. 36 feet? California relies on that melting snow during the summer to feed their streams and fill the water reservoirs when precipitation becomes scarce. April 1st is a critical date as it marks the end of the wet season, and the amount of frozen water locked up in the mountains is a good indicator if long-term drought conditions will get worse or improve. Well, as of Wednesday, the snowpack in the southern Sierra more than 250% above average by mid-January standards. Just as impressive as the water content of the snow is higher than what it typically measures on April 1st, which is normally the date when the snowpack is at its peak level. So here we are, January 13th. We're already at a level more than we would typically see by April 1st. Moreover, the snow levels recorded on January 11th were higher than any other year on record for that date, including during one of the wettest, snowiest winters in California history back in 1983. Again, like so many other stories we share, how they come up with these numbers, I don't know. But approximately, if you'd like to know, approximately 24 trillion, with a T, trillion gallons of water have fallen across California since the stormy pattern commenced at the end of December, in many areas measuring several months' worth of rain in less than 3 weeks' time. This is more than 3 times the volume of water in Lake Champlain, and enough water to fill more than 36 million Olympic-sized swimming pools, if you can wrap your mind around that. Yeah, large portions of Central California received over half their annual normal precip in just the past 16 days. The National Weather Service said on Wednesday, California experienced its third wettest 24-hour period since 2005, which was from 4 a.m. Monday to 4 a.m. Tuesday. San Francisco measured more rain in the first 11 days of this year than the first 11 months of last year. People in downtown San Francisco Tuesday afternoon were also hit by pea-sized hail as strong thunderstorms swept through the Bay Area. The heaviest rain from the most recent storm focused on the south-facing slopes of the Santa Monica Mountains, Southern California, with over a foot of water filling rain gauges at weather stations across that area. That's rain, not snow. Nordhoff Ridge, about 20 miles north of Oxnard, reported 18.31 inches of rain in a 48-hour period. This is more than the 15.58 inches that have fallen in San Diego since the start of 2021. Precipitation managed to make it all the way to over the towering mountains in the southern Sierra, with Bishop, California, measuring just over 3 inches of rain on Monday, sixth wettest day of all time in that city. That typically arid city measured 5 inches of rain through the first 11 days of January, which is more than they typically receive in an entire year, which is 4.84 inches. All right. And the pitter-patter of raindrops even reached Death Valley, which is one of the hottest and driest areas in North America. Pretty incredible. Hey, but you needed some rain, right? Hello, 5-7. Happy Friday.
Hey, sorry about dropping off all the time down here in South Georgia. Horse feathers, that McGregor recitation, I remember that from back in the 70s, 74. America just lost the war in Vietnam, and it was a loss. So, I know they say it's a conflict, but the American people were down. We lost the war, and there was no real reason for it. The gas crisis going on, they were being beat up left and right by OPEC. They were, having to stick their heads inside the window to make sure that your car was below a quarter tank before they could sell you the $5 gas. It's 32 cents a gallon. That's a pretty good deal, though, But they did gas, price gouges back at that time. So Americans were beat down pretty seriously whenever he gave that recitation, and I'm telling you, it was nice to hear from a Canadian like that. Hey, because all over the news media, the ABC, NBC, and CBS, and that's all they were. They were showing people laughing at us, laughing at people fighting over, their places, gas lines, laughing at Americans. So I'm kid you not that when you put that recitation in with the time of America at that time, you really seen it was a compliment from up north that just can't be beat. And prayers for all these people we've lost. I've lost a family member, 90 some odd years old, just yesterday found out. And prayers for our Canadian brothers up there. I think this last year they found out how, their illusion of freedom has been revealed to them. And, you're afraid to say anything because the current elected officials can come out and take your bank account for disagreeing with their politics. And I'm just saying thank you, Lord, that the election went the way it's doing. They're doing their job. what they said today is, we shouldn't be shipping oil to our adversary. I assure you, our adversary didn't hear that. Our adversary says we shouldn't be shipping oil to our enemy. So, they're on a war footing. And like I said yesterday, and I know China was doing what they're doing, but I still think, American ship crews they're coming in, they're taking the 6-month break, they're going home for their 2-3 week leave to be with their families, and then they're back at sea after 5 months. It takes a week to get on station and a week to get home, so it's 6 months, or probably 2 weeks for transfer, moving back and forth. Ends up being 7 months at sea. But I've got to wonder the way the Chinese lock down their population. These crews on their ships have been locked down in them tin cans and not allowed to I don't know what they do for R&R. Look it up. It's absolutely nothing. The state media doesn't tell anything about this stuff. Mayport, Florida, I get a regular, whenever a ship comes in, it tells, it shows them coming off and meeting their families. But it must be hell living on a Chinese destroyer right now. So they're sick. Their crews may not be sick, but I tell you what, I don't think they can operate at 100% through the stress that they're going through. And I do believe right now, when we finally got our Congress saying, no, we're not shipping oil to our, quote, adversary, if they were going to do something, they would have done it under the weakest part. I mean, right now, I'm really surprised they haven't moved already. But that's just something to keep your eyes open. Who knows? Lord, I hope I'm wrong. But, not to mention the fact that we've been shipping our missiles over to Taiwan. So, defense missiles. So it's just, to me, I think this COVID worked in our favor. I think it was a sick nation. You can be a communist leader and be the supreme communist leader, but if your people is sick, not a lot you can do. So I'll just leave it at that. And the Brave New World, I'll talk about that later with all this electricity. I do wonder if they banned every bit of hydrocarbon, what about your emergency generators at the hospitals, old folks home?
Yep.
If you're not allowed to have that, you're not allowed to run that, people will be flatlining left and right. Of course, nobody will know because they'll be out of power, Won't be any electricity in these buildings. It just, has anybody in the Democrat Party actually started listening to people, what they're having to say, that we are not ready for that kind of charge on our grid?
Yeah.
The idea is, like I asked my dad, my father-in-law, because he come from the time of the horse and buggy, and I said, how come all of a sudden they banned horses out of Main Street, And he said, well, when people could buy a car and they didn't have to feed and board a horse and put up with the stink, and it was a better way. So they didn't want the town to smell like horse manure. When you come up with a better way, the American population will grab it and go after it. So you want to sell an electric car, make one that's going to be better, cheaper to run, cheaper to afford. Sell us something. Don't force us into it. And that's interesting information about electric trucks coming at you. It's coming out is what I'm getting at. Where the truth is getting out there, it's bleeding out slowly. And you know what? They're way behind times because it's been on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive show for years.
We've been talking about it for a long time. That's right. Well, speaking of which, familiar with Lauren Fix? She's otherwise known as the car coach. Lauren Fix. She said, good information. This is good information to know when the politicians try to force us to eliminate fossil fuels. Take a few minutes to listen to the facts. you most likely do not know, then try to figure out why they're forcing us to electric vehicles, because I can't. What is a battery? I think Tesla said it best when they called it an energy storage system. That is important. Batteries do not make energy. They store it. Yes, it is true. Batteries do not make electricity. They store electricity produced elsewhere, primarily by coal, uranium, natural gas-powered plants, or diesel-fueled generators. So to say an electric vehicle is zero-emission vehicle is not at all a valid statement. Did you know that 40% of the electricity generated in the United States is from coal-fired plants? Thus, the truth stands to follow that 40% of electric vehicles on the road are coal-powered. Einstein's formula, E equals mc squared, tells us it takes the same amount of energy to move a 5,000-pound gasoline-driven automobile a mile as it does an electric one. The only question, again, is what produces the power? To reiterate, it does not come from the battery. The battery is only the storage device, like a gas tank in a car. This might sound like you're in a deep rabbit hole, but please listen to understand that we are all facing with electric car batteries. Then you can decide for yourself. There are two orders of batteries, rechargeable and single use. The most common single use, your AA, AAA, C, D, 9 volts. And other specialty batteries, those dry cell batteries use zinc, magnesium, lithium, silver oxide, zinc, and carbon to store electricity chemically. All batteries contain toxic heavy metals that are hazardous to the environment. Rechargeable batteries only differ in that their internal materials are usually lithium ion, nickel metal oxide, and nickel cadmium. The United States uses 3 billion of these two types of batteries every year, folks. I want you to hold that thought, pause, and we'll come up very interesting information right after the news break.
USA News Update. U.S. border officials will now allow some migrants seeking asylum to use a mobile app to request a chance to be processed at an official port of entry. It's part of the strategy the Biden administration hopes will discourage migrants from coming into the U.S. illegally. The administration announced on Thursday that illegal migrants in Mexico who use the app will get an appointment with U.S. Customs and Border Protection at a port of entry. Border officials will determine whether they should be allowed into the country under exemptions to Title 42. The Biden administration is using the pandemic-era health rule to limit asylum claims. Apple CEO Tim Cook is taking a 40% pay cut. Cook's compensation totaled just under $83 million in 2022, and he'll receive $49 million this year. Cook requested the change in pay Thursday in response to 64% of shareholders approving his pay package last year. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Like I said, it was kind of a lengthy ride. I won't go through the entire thing. From Lauren Fix, the car coach. We're talking about the electric vehicles. And how she says, I can't explain. I can't figure out why this push for electric vehicles. You know, we kind of left off with rechargeable batteries. And the only difference is the internal materials. The fact that we use 3 billion of those two types of batteries every year, most of them are not recycled. They end up in landfills. California is the only state that requires all batteries be recycled. If you throw your little used batteries in the trash, what happens to them? All batteries are self-discharging. That means even when not in use, they leak tiny amounts of energy. You've likely ruined a flashlight or two over the years from those old ruptured batteries. The corrosion, when the battery runs down and can no longer power the toy or the remote control or the flashlight, most people say the battery's dead. Well, it's not. It continues to leak small amounts of electricity as the chemicals inside run out. Pressure builds inside the battery's metal casing. Eventually, as we know, it cracks. The metals left inside then ooze out. That's the stuff, the ooze, that's ruined many of flashlights, and it is toxic. So the ooze that will inevitably leak from every battery in a landfill, all batteries eventually rupture. It just takes rechargeable batteries longer to end up in the landfill. In addition to dry cell batteries, There are wet cell batteries used in automobiles, boats, motorcycles. A good thing about these types of batteries is 90% of them are recycled. But that's not the half of it, she says. For those who were excited about electric cars and a green revolution, I want you to take a closer look at batteries, windmills, solar panels. These three technologies share what the industry calls environmentally destructive embedded cost. Everything manufactured has two costs: embedded costs and operating cost. Let me explain embedded costs. Here's an example. Let's say you learn that canned corn is on sale. You drive your car to the grocery, the corn's on the shelf, the discounted price is $1.75 a can. The cost of that can of corn has embedded costs. The first cost is the diesel the farmer used to plow the field, till the ground, harvest the corn, and transport it to the food processor. Not only is the farmer's diesel fuel an embedded cost, so are the costs to build the tractors, the combines, and the trucks. In addition, the farmer might use a nitrogen fertilizer made from natural gas. Next is the energy cost of processing the corn, heating the building, transporting the workers, paying for the vast amounts of electricity to run the plant. The steel can holding the corn, also an embedded cost. Making the steel requires mining taconite, shipping it by boat, extracting the iron. Then it's back on another truck to take the corn to the grocery store. Finally, add in the cost of gasoline for your car. So how does this impact electric cars' batteries? Well, your typical electric vehicle battery weighs 1,000 pounds, about the size of a large piece of luggage, or say 2,000 cell phones. It contains 25 pounds of lithium, 60 pounds of nickel, 44 pounds of manganese, 30 pounds of cobalt, 200 pounds of copper, 400 pounds of aluminum, steel, and plastic. Inside are over 6,000 individual lithium-ion cells. It should concern you that all those toxic components come from mining. To manufacture each electric vehicle auto battery, you must process 25,000 pounds of brine for the lithium, 30,000 pounds of ore for the cobalt, 5,000 pounds of ore for the nickel, and 25,000 pounds of ore for copper. All told, you dig up 500,000 pounds of the Earth's crust for one battery. 68% of the world's cobalt, a significant part of a battery, comes from the Congo. Their mines have zero pollution controls. They employ children who die from handling this toxic material. We should factor in the human cost as being the cost of driving an electric car. But that's a whole another subject. I'd like you to leave with these thoughts. California is building the largest battery in the world near San Francisco. They intend to power it from solar panels and windmills. The claim is this is the ultimate in being green, but it is not. This construction project is creating an environmental disaster. The main problem with solar arrays is the chemicals needed to process silicate into silicone used in the panels. To make pure enough silicon requires processing it with hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, nitric acid, hydrogen fluoride, tetroethylene, and acetone. In addition, the solar arrays also need gallium, arsenide, copper, indium gallium, and cadmium telluride, which also are highly toxic. Silicon dust is a hazard to the workers, and the panels cannot be recycled. Windmills are the ultimate in embedded cost and environmental destruction, each weighing 1,688 tons, the equivalent of 28 houses, and contain 1,300 tons of concrete, 295 tons of steel, 48 tons of iron, 24 tons of fiberglass, and the hard-to-extract rare earth neodymium, several others I can't even pronounce. Each blade weighs 81,000 pounds and will last 15 to 20 years, at which time it must be replaced. At this state, we cannot recycle used blades. Sadly, both solar arrays and windmills kill birds, bats, sea life, and migratory insects. There may be a place for these technologies, but you have to look beyond the myth of zero emissions. Many have predicted electric vehicles and windmills will be abandoned once the embedded environmental cost of making and replacing them eventually becomes apparent. This whole going green, it may sound like an ideal solution on the surface, and it can create followers, almost like a cult with catchy buzzwords. But when you look at the hidden and embedded cost, realistically, with an open mind, you can see going green is more destructive to the Earth's environment than ever met the eye, for sure. If this had been entitled The Embedded Costs of Going Green, yeah, you would have listened to this video. That's about the most extensive breakdown I've seen or read to date about the Green New Deal, which sure as hell is far from it. Keep that in mind. Maybe share that with your liberal friends. Hello, Captain Ron. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. One day closer to the best day of the week. That's Monday. Happy late anniversary.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah. How's your week been?
It's been all right. I've been listening to the show. Had a couple of comments. One was for Horse Feathers. He was asking the other night about the variance of the gas prices from one side of the street to the other. What I see down here in Tampa area is I'm in Pinellas County, and Tampa is Hillsborough County, but around my neck of the woods, it's about 15 cents a gallon cheaper than it is in Hillsborough County, right around Tampa. So I don't know if that figures into it or not. I know they voted in an increase of the sales tax for Hillsborough County, so I don't know if that figures in to that or not. But like if the gas is, let's say $3.29 a gallon, and they all of a sudden decide to drop it, who makes that decision? Do you know? I mean, is it just? I mean, other than the cost of the fuel, but it seems like when one goes down, they all go down relatively at the same time.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, do they have a time frame to lower the price to match the other side of the street? I don't know if that's part of it or not. I didn't know if they had a time frame that they had to drop it. I don't know. It seems to me to be common sense that you wouldn't sell very much if the guy across the street's cheaper than you are.
Well, that's always been the idea. Yeah, they keep the prices relatively in check, normally within a couple pennies of one another for the competitive.
Right.
Yeah.
But even on my route, like when I get into Georgia, one side of the freeway, the gas was 12 cents cheaper than it was on the other side of the freeway. And I don't know if there's a county line, east and west, because I'm going north and south. So I don't know if there's a county line situation or But then you look at the diesel prices of those same places, the one that had the cheaper gas had the higher diesel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can't figure it out either. I guess I'm like horse feathers. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But I watched that show. I don't know if you ever, Biden was on Jay Leno's show with that Corvette.
Yes.
Several years ago, a few years ago. And I saw that episode, and it was a really good episode, and I actually kind of liked how the show went. But to me, it doesn't seem like it's the same Joe Biden. I kind of enjoyed the show, and that was one of the few times that I've ever seen Jay Leno's Garage. I don't know if you ever saw it or not.
Now,
I don't even know what it was exactly.
all of a sudden, that particular episode has made a big comeback. Everybody's talking about it and using clips of it. I shared one where they've got the clip with Joe and Jay riding in that Corvette, and all these papers kind of somehow coming out of the trunk, if you know what I mean. It's 2016, I believe, was the year that they filmed that. 2016.
I was thinking they might have used some of them boxes of them papers as like jack stands to hold the car up while they were working on that engine.
Right.
and you were talking about that Biden-Clinton burger the other night.
Yeah.
That sounds like something that old Jolly Green would put on one of those croissants that he gets at Burger King, don't it? I had to throw that in there.
I'll have to ask him about
But
that.
he'll probably call me and bust my chops about it. But it's all good and fun. And this lady at church the other day, she leaned over to her husband and said she just ripped a big silent fart. What should I do? And the guy said, the first thing you need to do is replace the batteries in your hearing aids.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to let you go with that. Thanks for taking my call. Have a good weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
That was far from the silent but deadly, right? She just let her rip right there in the pew. We'll be back.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
You know, some have suggested, was there maybe a bit of an awakening that took place for the millions who are glued to their televisions for the Monday Night Football game there a couple of weeks ago with the Bengals and the Buffalo Bills, as watching Damar Hamlin collapse on the field and anxiously awaiting word, is he all right? And the time went on, and many had assumed the worst, correct? Very interesting breakdown from Western Journal, which says it's hard to deny that Damar Hamlin's medical emergency has had a surprising impact on much of American culture. The mentality of wanting to somehow take a near tragedy and find meaning in it has been especially noticeable in connection to Lamar's toy drive, right? The Chasing M's Foundation charitable fund has brought in about $8.6 million. Closer to home, though, it is what has apparently been happening in the hearts and the minds of Hamlin's teammates, including quarterback Josh Allen. Allen was interviewed on ESPN's Kyle Brandt's Basement, and in several moments of vulnerability, Allen kind of confided about how Hamlin's medical emergency impacted him. He said there was just kind of a spiritual awakening, really, for me. And I know for a lot of people that maybe didn't have the strongest belief or wasn't one of the biggest or strongest Christian followers. He went on to state that what transpired here, it's a crazy, crazy feeling. It's something I've never felt before. It's something that I know a lot of my teammates have never felt before. He said he found the best way to handle it was just kind of accept it and lean on your brothers and share the moment with them. Then I guess the following game, the kickoff return was pretty crazy. It's just been crazy. Not necessarily fun, but at the same time very validating. Brad asked Allen, what do you mean by that? Elaborate on that kickoff return. Are you saying some sort of miracle happened? You're talking about the 96-yard touchdown from a kickoff return following the game that Hamlin's medical episode occurred in. In that clip, Allen talked about sensing there was something spiritual that happened at the moment. I was just going around and I was saying, God is real. You can't draw that up, or you can't write that up any better. He said, I'll be the first to admit I have not been the most devoted Christ follower in my life. I've had my different beliefs, thoughts, and ideas, but something got a hold of me there. And it was something extremely powerful that I couldn't deny. Now, even though he was brought up, apparently, in a Christian home, his mind was much more preoccupied with football all of his life, apparently until he watched what happened with Hamlin. There were other incidents suggesting something spiritual might have been going on for many people. ESPN's analyst, Dan Orlovsky, actually stopped in the middle of the show to pray for Hamlin. The Bills' head coach, Sean McDermott, gathered the team together to pray for Hamlin. There were prayers that were going up over various social media platforms. And these are just some of the incidents that happened to actually get publicity. Well, I guess we can only hope and maybe pray that what happened actually maybe has a lasting impact and things don't go back to business as usual as Hamlin continues his progress and his healing. But someone emailed me shortly after, like it may have been Tuesday night's program, right after the Monday Night Football incident, kind of alluding to look at the photos, the teams, entire teams on knees, prayers going up, analysts, and said, how did he put it? God works in mysterious ways. things that we may never understand? Maybe so. All right, Jolly Green is actually on the line. Who else we got on board? I think Gilligan going to be checking in. Is that Rambler? It may very well be. I bet he could expound a little bit on a bit of an awakening out there. I'm sure he could talk about how God works in mysterious ways. All right, real quick, because we're about a minute from news update, top of the hour, after which, oh, look at there, we've got our final hour just ahead here. Well, it's January, it's the new year, and as much as we hate it, it won't be long, and we'll be talking time to file those taxes. The official start date for the 23 tax filing season, according to the IRS announcement this past day, will be January 23rd. That is the date they will begin accepting and processing 2022 returns. This after the National Taxpayer Advocate reported Wednesday that the IRS watchdog is seeing a light at the end of the tunnel of the IRS customer service struggles, thanks to the hiring of thousands of new workers and tens of billions of dollars in new funding provided to the IRS in the, oddly enough, climate and health law. Yeah, they do say taxpayers should expect a smoother filing season this year. Yeah, maybe finally getting caught up after the pandemic. All right, so there you go. News update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. A massive storm system whipping up severe winds and spawning tornadoes cut a path across the U.S. South, killing at least 7 people in Georgia and Alabama, where a twister damaged buildings and tossed cars in the streets of historic downtown Selma. Authorities said a clearer picture of the extent of the damage and a search for additional victims would come Friday when conditions were expected to clear. After the storm began easing Thursday night, tens of thousands of customers were without power across the 2 states. In Selma, a city etched in the history of the civil rights movement, a city council used lights from cell phones as they held a meeting on the sidewalk to declare a state of emergency. Earth's fever persisted last year, not quite spiking to a record high, but still in the top 5 or 6 warmest on record, government agencies reported on Thursday. But expect record-shattering hot years soon, likely in the next couple of years because of the relentless climate change from the burning of coal, oil, and gas, U.S. government scientists have said. Despite La Nina, a cooling of the equatorial Pacific that slightly reduces global average temperatures, the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration calculates 2022's global average temperature was 58.55 degrees, ranking 6th hottest on record. The Coast Guard returned another 177 Cuban migrants who were caught at sea off Florida, while a group of about 24 Haitians swam ashore in Miami. The Cuban migrants were all intercepted separately off the coast earlier this month. They were repatriated by 2 Coast Guard cutters. 25 Haitians who had been traveled by sailboat from Haiti swam ashore at Virginia Key, a small island just southeast of downtown Miami, and were taken into custody by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. The stiffest penalty Donald Trump's company could receive when it was sentenced Friday by a New York judge for helping its executive dodge taxes is a $1.6 million fine. This is USA News.
The holidays are here. Achieve gifting greatness when you give perfectly aged, tender, delicious Omaha steaks. The steak experts at Omaha Steaks have curated special gift packages to take the guesswork out of gifting and make you a holiday hero. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Plus, use code TREAT at checkout to get an additional $40 off your order. Send an assortment of mouth-watering favorites guaranteed to impress, like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken, ultra juicy burgers, even easy-to-prepare, ready-in-a-flash comfort meals. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com, get 50% off site-wide, plus use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $40 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
To accelerate the global move towards sustainable vehicles, Toyota is suggesting simply replacing the inner workings of vehicles already on the road with cleaner technology like fuel cells and electric motors. Chief Executive Akio Toyoda said Friday, "I don't want to leave any car lover behind," appearing on the stage at the Tokyo Auto Salon, an industry event similar to the world's auto shows. Toyota says they have the technology, engineering, financial reserves, and industry experience needed to remain a powerful competitor in green vehicles. Trump is a proven loser after a string of GOP election losses, according to Paul Ryan. He spoke to CNN on Thursday and said Trump cost us the House in 2018, cost us the White House in 2020, and cost us the Senate again and again. The Wisconsin Republican said Trump is fading fast, and he can't imagine him getting the party nomination in 2024. The NFL is selecting Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta for a potential AFC Championship game between the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs. The neutral location was chosen because of the cancellation of Week 17's Bills-Cincinnati Bengals game. It was canceled after Bills safety Damar Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest on the field. The Bills will host the Miami Dolphins this weekend, doing Super Wild Card Weekend on Sunday. The Chiefs will wait until next weekend after securing the number 1 seed and a bye. U.S. border officials will now allow some migrants seeking asylum to use a mobile app to request a chance to be processed at an official port of entry. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Baby, just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy.
Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back at it. Final hour here. Here we go. Couple of industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. Semi-driver surviving a terrifying ordeal in Washington Wednesday that left his truck completely submerged in a body of water. Manchester, Washington, according to the county sheriff, KCSO says that a truck loaded with 50,000 pounds lost its brake. While traveling on East Main, the driver of the out-of-control truck decided his safest course of action was to aim for the boat ramp, where he ended up underwater. The driver was able to escape from the submerged semi-truck without major injuries. How about that? Tesla announcing they have plans to build a Tesla semi-truck specific shop in Nevada, making it the first known Tesla semi-truck repair shop. A 45,000-foot collision center will be built in Reno, Nevada, dedicated specifically to repairing Tesla semi-trucks. The shop will also likely be stocked with parts, tools, and Tesla semi-truck technicians. According to Torque News, the plans are believed to signify Tesla is becoming more serious about increasing Tesla semi-truck production, and that the company is actually interested in making Tesla semi-truck buyers more confident in the repair and maintenance if they do purchase a Tesla semi. All right, back to the phones. Jolly Green Giant is on board. Happy Friday the 13th.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. I got bad news for you, Captain Ron. I was on the line and listening, brother. And your number's coming, brother. Let me begin with, I want to let you in on a secret. Jolly Green even eats White Castles in the morning for breakfast. Yes, sir. And I said, instead of criticizing Jolly Green on eating croissants, maybe you ought to try a Burger King breakfast croissant sandwich. They are excellent, excellent. Now, the article that you were talking about, Steve, I don't know. I didn't catch who wrote that article. But the thing that bothered me is they were scratching their head. Why are they pushing the agenda? And you know what? She didn't even bring it up, or whoever that person was didn't even bring it up. All they were talking about is all the bad about batteries. You're totally missing the point. Look at the amount of money that's going to be made on making those batteries.
Right.
What about the stocks in those companies? The government's pushing it. I'll bet you a lot of our senators, congressmen, all of them have got stocks in those companies. Well, let's talk about Tesla. All right. And I can't remember the name of the guy that owns Tesla. He's not stupid. He knows that there's money to be made. And now you said he's going to build some garage to work on electric
Tesla trucks, correct.
All right.
Yeah.
What we're not looking at, the reason they're pushing that, electric vehicles are much, much more expensive. And there's a lot of money to be made. I don't think it's all about the environment. I think it's about money. That's what I think. Tell me I'm wrong, guys out there, all you drivers out there. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me it's not about money. All right? But that's really what I think it's all about. I don't think it's about keeping the environment clean. I think it's about money. That's what I think it's about. Well, either way, happy Friday 13th. So I wish Eskimo Mom had never brought that up. Come on. I told her, I said that was more information than I really need. She had to bring that up last night. So either way, and I definitely believe Rambler will talk about, I agree that maybe God was doing something and that God was using that incident maybe to let us know that God is real. I definitely believe that Rambler will definitely talk about that.
Yeah.
So either way, I agree that it even touched me and touched my house. I don't think anybody wanted to see anything happen to the young man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's only, 23, 24 years old? He's just a young person. His life is just beginning, and I wish him all the luck and all the God blessings in the world. So that's all that Jolly Green's got to say tonight. Either way, have a good weekend, Steve, and I've really enjoyed the show this week.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jolly Green. Have a good weekend yourself there. Hey, and Horse Feathers brought up earlier, I had not caught that story. Kevin Harvick, 2023, his final Cup season behind the wheel, concluding a 23-year Cup career that's included 60 victories and 1 Cup championship. Announcing his decision Thursday, saying he will not race in Cup again after this year. His contract with Stewart-Haas Racing ends after this season, and he wanted to make a decision on the future prior to the start of the year. I've sought out people, picked their brains. When I asked them when they knew it was the right time, they said it'll just happen and you'll realize that's the right moment. Yeah, you make a plan and you decide it's your last year. It's been hard to understand when the right moment is because we've been so fortunate to run well, but sometimes there's just other things going on that become more important. And for me, that time has come. 47 years old now, Harvick has spent his entire Cup career under the spotlight as he replaced Dale Earnhardt after he was killed in the 2001 Daytona 500. And the decision, not a surprise for the future NASCAR Hall of Famer, had indicated in December he's going to decide before the start of the season. And Stewart-Haas Racing co-owner Gene Haas said in October that Kevin hadn't given any indication of wanting to continue racing after 2023. Spent 13 seasons with Richard Childress Racing, enters his 10th with Stewart-Haas Racing, where he won in 2014 in his first year driving for his good friend Tony Stewart. In addition to 23 Cup wins at RCR, Harvick also won titles in the Xfinity Series in 2001 and 2006. All right, everybody has to make those decisions, right? Can't go on forever. All right, it is 844-844-3388. And I believe I've kind of figured out what's going on with the whole phone system thing here, because Horse Feathers, you just dialed back in, didn't you? Somehow you have entered some sort of a message or tried to enter a text or something, which takes the entire screen out of the mix. So I've got it's like, you ever get an email from someone who doesn't hit the enter button? It just, everything is in one big line all the way across the screen, and you got to scroll a mile and a half to get to it. That's what happened when Horse Feathers dialed me up. All right, so I can't pick up any calls, Horse Feathers, until you maybe try back. I got to find a way to get that erased or deleted. because I've scrolled across as far as I can, and I can't get to the point where I can pick up the calls. That's crazy. So I guess he hung up. Thanks, Horse Feathers. I'm sorry. I don't know what the hell that is, but all right, Rambler. Hey there.
Well, praise God, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. And I tell you, that was a very powerful story. And it's funny you mentioned that. As this happens, just me and the Lord talking, I was like, I said, I believe God, God could take a negative and turn it into a positive. The devil will give us a negative, but God can turn it into a positive. And I called in last night and I made the comment, about Tim Tebow, how the NFL didn't want him. I couldn't stand him when he was with the Florida Gators because I'm an Alabama fan. But the young man had a passion for our Lord Jesus Christ, and he was a true leader, and he got rejected. Now, what happened to Damar Hamlin was a negative. But what we saw happen and take place was a positive. Steve, I go to the Bible, and I immediately, the Holy Spirit takes me to Romans chapter 8, verse number 28. And the Word of God says, Steve, that all things work together for good to those who love God and to them who are called according to his purpose. So that just goes to show you right there that all things, even though that was a bad situation, it worked for the benefit for someone who was watching, teammates, people watching on TV to see that young man be revived and come back and knowing that there is a God. And he's a very loving God. He's a caring God. He didn't have to send the Son down to this earth to die for everybody's sin. He didn't have to, but he loved humanity so much, Steve. He loved his creation. Wanted to give an opportunity. And that opportunity came when Christ yelled, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, which is translated, "Oh God, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" And then the Lord Jesus gave up the ghost. And then 3 days later, he come out that too. But the Lord also says in the book of John, chapter 4, it says, "But the hour cometh, and now is when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth, for the Father seeketh such to worship him." For a lot of people, that time in their life was right there where that young man collapsed on the middle of the field. And they saw unity in prayer. There was no donkey or elephant dictating, and there was no black or white dictating. You saw black and white coming together, holding hands and praying. And I'm sure that, the last words of my grandfather, me and my grandfather spoke to one another. And I was standing at his hospital door. Before I left, I didn't know God was going to call him home. I said, "Papa, ain't it mysterious how God," and he cut me off. He said, "Son, there's God's not a mystery." He said, God's not a mystery. He said, "Son, it's wonderful how God works. And yes, this was bad, but something wonderful happened in somebody's life because someone was doubting God at that very moment in their life. And yet they seen people praying. They seen a young man who's out of the hospital on the road to recovery. And, the Lord also says, Steve, that God is a spirit, and them that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. Now, people can take this how they want to take it. The word of God also says in the book of Luke, "If sower went out to sow his seed, and as he sowed, some fell by the wayside and was trodden down, and the fowls of the air devoured it. And some fell upon a rock, and as soon as it was sprung up, withered away because it lacked moisture. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns choked it. And others fell on good ground, and spring up and bear fruit. And Jesus says, this is the parable, because the seed is the gospel. See, it's what happened may not last a long time in some people's life. Some people will see this, they'll get happy for a little while, then they'll say, well, they'll start back doubting God and go back to their life. They'll forget about everything that happened. They'll go right back to doing what they were doing. And give God another chance, you know, when he's not hard to figure out. Jesus says, hey, the Father's not hard to figure out. He's a spirit. Just worship him in spirit and truth. Other people will get the gospel put in their life for a little while, but then something will happen, and they'll just doubt God and go right back to living their sinful life. But, Steve, there's a few people out there that's going to take what happened to the Mar Hamlin, and that's going to be the seed that fell on good ground. Some people out there, on that very night, the seed got planted, Steve, and the gospel has sprung up in them. And something wonderful, we mentioned Elvis, my favorite Elvis song. I love this gospel music. It's called He Touched Me. And a lyric from that song is something marvelous happens. And now I know that he touched me and made me whole. Somebody got touched. Somebody, that gospel seed fell on good ground. And someone has rededicated their life back to God. Not everybody, but somebody. And I'm going to leave it with that, Steve. I want y'all to come on and visit us at the Turban Ministries Church, God's Children. We have it every Sunday evening at every Sunday evening at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. And as always, Steve Summers is on at 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. Sometimes that can be a lonely night. So, hey, you come on, you visit us at the Turban Ministries Church. We're going to give you the Word of God. God's already got the message. And we're going to be loved to be able to present it to you. And then just come on and give Steve Summers a shot with Hot Shot Secret. And remember this, God's children. There's nothing mysterious about how our Father is. It's all wonderful how God works. And know this, that love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And I hope to see you this Sunday at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time at Determined Ministries Church, and afterwards, Hot Shot Secrets, Steve Summers Show. God bless. I love you, Steve. Y'all take care, God's children.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful weekend there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I guess that's my cue once again, right? Okay, back at it here. Let me see if I can scroll down. And if I could scroll way over here, I think we can pick up Gilligan. Hello, Gilligan. Or maybe we lost Gilligan. All right, so let me try Horse Feathers.
What am I doing? What is Siri doing to your poor computer there, Your Honor?
Well, as I look up at my screen, which everything normally fits in one window, when you dial in, first of all, I guess you just said, this is Horse Feathers. My almighty iPhone's trying to blow up your system. And
exactly.
Below that, it's got like, I don't know if you tried to type in a message. It's got like dashes.
Nothing.
Dashes
nope,
that
I
go
did
across.
Nothing after that.
There's thousands of them that I have to scroll all the way over to get to where I could pick the phone call up.
All I did was push the pound key.
Huh.
All I did was push the pound key. Don't know.
Well, this is the first night it's ever done that, and it's only on your phone. Yeah, it's only your phone that's doing it.
Yeah. My phone has been connected to you when you had the other problem too back there when you had to reset the phone deal there.
And that's what it was, because I couldn't figure out how to pick people up. That's when you were on the phone.
Exactly. Well, I guess maybe I've reached my limit. So how many calls do I have there? Maybe I've reached my limit.
997.
Yeah. Okay. I guess maybe, I don't know. Maybe you got to delete me from your system, and then I can start again at 0.
I got to find a way I got to find a way to delete the old comments or something.
If you delete me and I come in for call number 1, do I get a $60 code for being?
Yeah, right. Yeah, because you're about to hit the 1,000 mark.
There you go. There should be an award for that.
Yeah. But, first caller ever to hit 1,000.
All right. Well, anyways, so we're talking the God thing here, right? So I hate to do this, and I'm not one to tell anybody what to do one way or the other. But the question always comes up: where is God in things? And you mentioned it a few minutes ago with Kevin Harvick and Dale Earnhardt Sr. I mean, when Dale Sr. hit the wall, I mean, apparently it was a reason for it. It was his time for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
But did that make a lot of people turn to God, or did that make a lot of people upset? I don't know. Dale Jr. came back and won the next race, was it? And then Kevin Harvick came back and won one right after that. It was right there. I forget the whole thing because it's been more than 20 years now. But, I mean, you and I both were about the same type of fan. And, but you just, I don't know. When I go to the Make-A-Wish convoy in Lancaster there and you see all those kids that have terminal illness. Well, they don't have terminal illnesses, but they have severe illnesses. Some of them are terminal. You look at St. Jude, the kids with the cancer. There must be a reason, but I don't know which way it makes you go. And I'm not going to tell people which way to go. I would never do that. And everybody's got to believe their own thing, but I don't know. So does one event on a football field, does that counteract, the kids at St. Jude with cancer? Or I don't know. I guess we don't know, and I guess at some point we'll all find out in the end. But the only thing I kind of remember there is, when the guy got up to the pearly gates, it had been in a flood, and St. Peter's, he asked St. Peter why he was there and why come God didn't save him, to come take care of him. And he said, well, while you were standing on your front stoop, we sent you a boat.
Right.
And then when you was up on your porch roof there, or when you were on the front porch, on the front stoop, they sent you a 4-wheel drive pickup. When he was on the front porch, they sent him a boat. And when he was on the roof, they sent him a helicopter, and he still drowned. And it's like, well, we tried, but anyways, I don't know.
What more did you want me to do, right? We gave you three opportunities.
Exactly.
All right, hey, I got to get to my news break there.
At least 6 people are dead in Alabama after a series of tornadoes slammed the state on Thursday. Another person was killed in neighboring Georgia by a falling tree. The Alabama fatalities were reported in Autauga County, and officials in the city of Selma say there's been significant damage there, while Georgia is under a statewide emergency. Thousands of customers in both states were without power as of Thursday evening. Forecasters say more than 35 million people in the Southeast are under some level of threat for severe storms. The NCAA CP Image Awards nominations show big leads for Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and Abbott Elementary. The Black Panther sequel is leading the film category with 12 nominations. In the television division, Abbott Elementary has 9 nominations. The Outstanding Motion Picture category also includes nominations for A Jazz Man's Blues, Emancipation, The Woman King, and Till. This is Julio Flores, USA News.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. That's
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig mattress. The Big Rig mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Had one heck of a mess along I-10 in Arizona Thursday morning. At least 2 dead after a series of crashes involving multiple semi-trucks plagued I-10 in and around Chandler, Arizona. According to AZ Family, the morning of crashes began with a semi-fire on I-10 about 3:30 in the morning. They were in the process of clearing the area when a car hauler failed to slow for traffic that was stopped due to the fire, crashing into 3 other tractor trailers. That incident spilled a large amount of diesel fuel and debris all over the roadway, which, of course, was closed for cleanup of the incident. As crews were working to clean up the truck fire and subsequent crash, a third wreck involving another semi and passenger car occurred on I-10 east of Chandler Boulevard. 2 died in that wreck. Not clear if they were in the semi-truck or the automobile. Officials believe that third crash was the result of the previous wrecks and the traffic backups. Just people failing to slow for stopped traffic. Scarecrow, happy Friday the 13th.
Ooh, man, I hope that's not a hex on your part there, pal.
Are you superstitious?
Either way. No, not for a moment. I do like the happy Friday part, though. Steve, I almost like Pappy's perspective on this. I'm sure he'll agree that they take eyewitness accounts with a grain of salt. You can have 3 or 4 people witness the same thing, and you get 3 or 4 different versions of what maybe happened. In this vein, I'm thinking about Eagles' call regarding Lisa Presley there. I saw that same clip last evening on the news, and not to cut her or the family down at all. Steve, she looked like she was at death's door right then and there. I hope she was there by her choice, in respect to her dad, and not coerced in by the family and whatnot to make this one final family appearance, because I fully believe they knew the end was near for her. I can't think of a person more pale looking than what she was at that moment. Zombie would be a crude description, but no, there was absolutely no color, and the announcers, reporters or whatever too, they commented too that there was never seen anybody so pale as what she was at that moment. So no, Eagle obviously has appreciation for her and the family and such, but that was just my take on it. That no, she was not well by any means.
Interesting. Well, see, I haven't seen the video of her appearance there. I mean, I've just hearing in the news breaks that she was at the Golden Globes the other night to celebrate, I guess, the guy that played the part of her dad in the Elvis movie. But I'll have to pull the video up, see what she looked like.
Yeah, it kind of almost reminded me of how Joe Biden. We've talked before. It's rather cruel that the family brings him up on stage and props him up and given his mental facilities and all away. I just hope that was not where that appearance originated or was going. But anyway, we got to get back to the casual portion of the program here now. The program started out with a couple interesting callers. I had a couple instant flashbacks there. I think it was Michigan Madman referencing the racing and whatnot going on. Well, when he mentioned Sammy Sessions, boy, my ears perked up. Snowmobile racing was a big part of my life back through the 70s into the mid 80s, and Sessions was a very common, well-known name, in the late 70s and all. I think he probably was killed in about 78 or so. But I have this image of him. I've never met him, but I seen in a picture in a magazine or newspaper. He was his head bowed and he was cradling his face in both hands. This is probably about 74. He had just hit another Arctic Cat Factory rider, Davey Thompson, and racing it's like driving in the fog. After a few laps, you cannot see anything. That ice dust just hangs there, and he probably hit Thompson at I'm sure a good 80, 90 miles an hour, and just totally shattered didn't kill him, shattered his legs or whatnot, but something like that. It's just like on the football field. We see players bowing their heads and cradling and despair and such. But so yeah, that it certainly got my attention when he mentioned that. And God, who was the first caller there, Steve? He hadn't called for quite some time. Help me, man.
Cool Breeze. Cool Breeze.
Yeah, there we go. You mentioned he got an accident. It hit pretty hard, just about head on when he was turning there. Remember my folks, that was probably about 98. They were on their way home from the Buick dealer in La Crosse. They just picked up their new car about 4 miles from the dealership. And Dad was never one to drive in the left lane of a 4-lane streets in town. He would always drive in the right lane. But for whatever reason, he was in that left lane, and oncoming car, a girl reached down to grab something off the floor, and it's only a 30-mile-an-hour zone, but it totaled out that brand new car, and we laughed about it afterwards. Right behind Dad happened to be he was a member of our local fire department, and he recognized my parents. He got out to help. Well, he did not know that Dad had a hairpiece to begin with, nor did he know that Dad had one glass eye.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the impact had knocked the eye out, and a little blood can go a long ways. Well, that hairpiece was peeled back, and a little blood. Everybody thought, man, it peeled a scalp right off, and such. But yeah, like I say, we laughed about it through the years, but things like happen. Like I say, that car had 4 miles on it, and boom, that was history. Now, we know what day it is. It's Friday. Let's talk dumbass.
Oh, okay. A DA nominee.
Nomination. Yeah. Now, Horse Feathers, I know he's listening. Now, I'm not taking this direction that he thinks I'm going to. Steve, there's a phrase, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, that kind of fits here. This goes back about 2 weeks now. Yours truly. Now, can't imagine nominating myself again, but I am. We have a second refrigerator in our basement, much like many people do. Kind of the carryover for beer stocks, party favors and whatnot. Guests bring plates of pass, whatever. cat's kind of a catch-all, and like we don't have a chest freezer or upright, stand-up freezer, so we got the two smaller freezers overhead. Well, if you've ever experienced an overloaded freezer like that on top of the fridge, there's always stuff, crap falling out. You're trying to get one thing, and three more things come out at the same time, and
been there, done that.
Kind of like herding cats, And so I took out, I guess, as a package of hamburger. I didn't want that, but I wanted it out of the way. So I set it on top of the refrigerator, and I told myself, now,
don't forget,
John, don't do something dumbass like you did last summer. And of course, I only stand 5'7". The fridge level is probably about 6 foot at the top, so unless you're looking straight at it, you don't see it. Well, middle of last week, the bride and I were both talking about what the heck, why does it stink so bad downstairs, And I figured it's got to be the litter boxes, but it didn't smell like litter boxes, and I think it was this past Monday evening. It just like a bell went off, ding, 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 and
the hamburger meat, rancid hamburger meat.
And it hadn't been rewrapped in heavier plastic or freezer bags. It was still in the thin cellophane that the grocery would pack it in, and so fortunately it had come out of the bargain bin, so it wasn't a big loss anyway. Although these days I'd be more sorry to have to throw out dated eggs or such, but no, that's the same scenario had played out last summer with a package of chicken, and you know what chicken will do if it's at room temperature for several days and whatnot. So here I am nominating myself once again, and hopefully the listeners out there will take pity on me and blame it on the senioritis. Come on, what do you think?
That's pretty good that you can give yourself Dumbass of the Week nominees on more than one occasion. There you go. Hey, I don't know. What do you say? If the shoe fits, wear it. I do recall a time here, a year or so ago, where you started smelling, something smells in the kitchen. What is that? Checking the garbage can. Is there something down in the, what? And it was getting worse, and it's been like, a week now. Wait, where in the hell is that smell coming from? Down behind several boxes in the pantry, you had that bag of potatoes. Yeah, what those rotten potatoes smell like. It's a very distinct, disgusting smell. Yeah, they were liquefied. Yeah. Well, we'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, as we head down the home stretch here on a Friday morning. Hey, our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway as we team up with TNC Radio.live in this nationwide contest. You need a keyword for the day. And if you missed it earlier, today's keyword is payoff, as in pay off the Christmas bills. Payoff. Payoff. Go to TNCRadio.live or use the TNC Radio.live app and enter that keyword for your chance in the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway from TNCRadio.live and Hot Shot Secret. Coming up here in a matter of minutes, right after the Overnight Drive, it's an encore presentation of Mind Your Truckin' Business. Yeah, usually we would have done a live show with Charlie Claiborne's Highway Fever. However, Charlie was in Selma, Alabama this past day. And, of course, we know Selma devastated by a deadly tornado. Yeah, Charlie reports he is safe and intact. However, scared him enough that he needed a change of underwear. Coming up 7 a.m., a special presentation of Thursday's Trucker Network radio show with Shelley Johnson as she interviews a representative of Tab Bank, discussing some of the things to watch out for when doing business with a factoring company. Know what to look for and how to avoid trouble. All coming your way on TNCRadio.live. And again, prayers for the folks impacted by the devastating storm, Selma, Alabama. All right, happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Hope everybody has a great weekend, and Martin Luther King Day coming up Monday. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make the flip back to Fort Wayne, Indiana. Hey there, only 346 days till Christmas. Thank you, Truck and Phil. All right, would that be Gilligan? Take two.
Yeah, this is Gilligan. Thanks for having me back. Take three, actually. Lost signal there on the second try. Hey, just out of curiosity, what's my call count up to? You said the horse feathers was approaching 1,000. How much is mine?
589.
Woo! I figured, I was wondering if I was over 500. Oh, I can't believe that you put up with me that many times. Hey, I was there and chime in on this Kevin Harvick thing. I'm no Kevin Harvick fan, never have been. I was a Terry Labonte fan, so you can imagine how I felt about Dale Earnhardt. And Kevin took his place in that car. It's just the old Terry Labonte Earnhardt rivalry goes back to the beginning of their careers. But I am kind of glad he's been struggling, from what I understand, the last couple of years. I'm glad he's getting out of it while he's ahead. I mean, you think about, Richard Petty. I love Richard Petty. I was a big fan of his growing up. But you think about how he struggled the last several years of his career.
Mm-hmm.
They literally made a rule that they had a championship provisional specifically for Richard Petty, when he missed the field that year, that one race in 87. Look at Darrell Waltrip, how he hung on. They literally made a rule that you couldn't take more than 5 championship provisionals. There was the next to the last year, Darrell Run, he took 19 championship provisionals just to make the field. I'm glad that Kevin Harvick's stepping aside. I'm not a fan, never have been, never will be, but at least he's getting out probably what he should have, and he's done. He knows. And I know you've seen it, drivers that just stand and hang on too long. Well, Steve, I was reading something else. It reminded me of something that I thought was kind of funny. Do you remember Burger King's left-handed Whopper? remember that?
Left-handed Whopper. That does not ring a bell.
Well, 1998, Burger King come out with what they called a left-handed Whopper. It would have the same ingredients on it as a regular Whopper, except for it was turned 180 degrees. The marketing ploy was an absolute success because the next day thousands of people showed up and bought Whoppers. The sales was up that much over what it normally was. I always
So
thought,
there was nothing different. It was just, but they called it a left-handed Whopper, right? It's a regular old Whopper.
Yeah, it was a Whopper, just the same as a regular Whopper, but they called it a left-handed Whopper.
Okay.
I don't think it lasted any length of time, but I remember that, and I thought it was absolutely hilarious. Here's a little interesting thing a lot of people don't realize. You've always heard that P.T. Barnum said that a sucker's born every minute, right?
Yes, sir.
No, that was not P.T. Barnum that actually said that. Back in the 1870s, one of his competitors had a stone man that he said that was a petrified giant. This giant was supposed to be like 16 feet tall. P.T. Barnum tried to buy it off of the man. The man says, no, I'm making a killing off of it. He refused to sell. So P.T. Barnum literally had one made just like it and claimed that the other guy's was fake, and everybody believed him, and the other guy said, yep, there's a sucker born every minute. I thought this was rather interesting.
How about
So
that?
thank you for having me back, Steve.
All right. Thanks for. I had to do a quick search. The left-handed Whopper. It was an April Fool's Day thing in 1998 when people were still reading newspapers, and it actually convinced hundreds of people that a burger can actually differ for a left-handed person, they say. Took out a full-page ad in USA Today. Announced they'd start serving their famous Whopper, specially designed for the 1.4 million left-handed customers that visit their restaurants every day. It was a regular old Whopper, the same as a right-handed Whopper, but apparently, yeah, thousands of people went out to buy a left-handed Whopper. That's a great pace to leave it off on a Friday, a Whopper of a story on Friday the 13th, right? See you back at the midnight hour Sunday night. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.